my most excellent friends and fiends, and welcome to the season finale of the second season of D&D Surprise Party. Um, we've got a lot to get to, so I'm going to get right to it. But first, I just want to say thank you once more to our offstage Oracle Babs the Bat for letting us do this. Thank you to all my players for coming along on the second leg of this crazy experiment. And thank you for coming back and watching us week after week. Had a couple of hills and bumps, but we're here. So without much further ado, it's time to talk about our wonderful sponsors that have been with us for this second season. And first, of course, is D&D Beyond. Pre-orders are now being taken in the D&D Beyond marketplace for The Wild Beyond the Witchlight. Now, this is D&D's next big adventure storyline, and it brings the wicked whimsy of the Feywild to 5th edition for the first time. And that will be released on September 21st. Next up is Strixhaven, a curriculum of chaos. This upcoming source book covers the Magic the Gathering world of Strixhaven, allowing you to set adventures in a wizard's school. And that will be released on November 16th. And finally, just announced at D&D Live this past weekend is Fizban's Guide to Dragons. Gee, I wonder if I might be interested in that one. Anyway, this covers new dragons, new magic, new dragonborn features and subraces, new spells of all sorts, new artifacts, new magic items, and who knows what else. And I believe there's even a couple of subclasses in there too. And this will be released on October 19th. So as I said, all are available for pre-order in the D&D Beyond Marketplace right now. And as usual, there will be perks for pre-ordering, including thematic digital dice sets and character sheet cosmetics. And as we get closer to the release dates for each of the books, D&D Beyond will let more details out about all those goodies. So D&D Beyond, thank you once more for sponsoring the second season of D&D Surprise Party. We greatly appreciate it, and we use D&D Beyond all the time with the encounter tracker, which is still in beta. We do our dice rolling for the most part. We did the character builds for in our sessions 0. Oh, by the way, keep an eye out on the Twitter, the D&D Surprise Party Twitter, as to an announcement as to when the sessions 0 shall be posted. So keep an eye out for that, because they will be put up. We just have to see when and where they're going to be put up. Okay, and next up, our second sponsor. Hey, Trav, you've got something to say about them, don't you?
I have the same never-ending comments I have in favor of never-ending, as I've been talking about the entire run. The premium assets remain available to everyone to try for the next 2 weeks. You've got only that much longer. After that, I mean, it's still a pretty low barrier to entry. $9 for 18 months of the premium service. Limitless assets at this point, limitless ability to create 2D character art, fully colored. Animations are coming. I'm just saying. Tabletop tokens for your virtual tabletop are already available. Check out the Twitter at BeNeverEnding or BeNeverEnding.com for more information. Thank you, Dragon.
Thank you, Trav. And thank you, Never Ending, once again for sponsoring D&D Surprise Party this season. Okay, well, if I've said it once, I've said it dozens of times. Chaotic Tiefling ATL is an amazing community. And it's been lovingly cultivated and curated by our chaos coordinator, Babs the Bat, um, who's created a truly safe space for creatives to come and be themselves. And if not for Chaotic Tiefling, I couldn't have attempted something like Surprise Party with folks coming in not knowing who exactly they'd be playing with, but they knew enough that it'd be with good people that they know and have worked or played with previously. But there's so much more to Chaotic Tiefling than the fun that we've been having these past few Wednesday nights. Isn't that right, Lydia? What else is coming up?
That is right, Dragon. Our next up is What Streams May Come, which is our monthly Shakespearean live read performance. It returns this Saturday night at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. We are going to present the first part of Hamlet. So excited for this. Join our hosts, Jessica Skellington and Finnegan Archer, and a cast of randomly selected actors who in turn will play randomly selected parts with no rehearsal whatsoever, much to the amusement of all. So join us again 2 weeks later for the second half of Hamlet. So we're doing this in two parts. The second half of Hamlet is going to run on August 8th at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time with a totally different random cast. So that's going to be very awesome. But you know, this weekend's a busy weekend. Celine, what's going on Sunday morning?
I was going to say, it always seems like What Streams happens. And then UL happens on Sunday. It's funny that way. So this Sunday, join our Sunday Brunch Club as they journey through the world of Rutharian legends, created and DM'd by our very own moderator supreme, Strike Red Kite, featuring our very own Big B, the aforementioned Finn and Jess, as well as Robogoblin and Blaze of Gloriosa. Plus, you never know what familiar faces might pop up from time to time. So that'll be 11 a.m. this Sunday, Eastern Time, for the Sunday Brunch Club. Bring your own drinks, your own food, and get ready for a great adventure. Dragon?
Thank you very much, Lydia and Celine. And of course, as always, you can find all of our previous episodes for all of our shows on the Chaotic Tiefling YouTube channel, the link of which is no doubt in chat. Well, finally, time to wrap this up. I'll simply say this. If you hit exclamation point forsooth in the chat, that will give you a link to my TeePublic shop, where you can get your hands on all sorts of geeky and nerdy gear, such as shirts, hoodies, tank tops, face masks. You still need them. Coffee mugs, travel mugs, notebooks, phone covers, stickers, magnets, and even pillows. Yes, even pillows. And you can find Shakespeare-inspired merch, which of course has been inspired and in some cases requested by our wonderful casts of What Streams May Come. And you can find D&D inspired merch. And of course, it's the only place to get official D&D surprise party merch. And from now until Sunday night, everything is available for a discount up to 35% off. So that means t-shirts start at a mere $13. So help a dragon out and buy some merch today. Thank you very much. And now let's get on to adventure. So the Delvers have been traveling in the Wrathlands, trying to find their way home after being transported by a mysterious new dungeon that appeared on the continent of Firth, spiriting them away to the Wrathlands, where it seems to be that is where the dungeons all seem to go. back and forth between Firth and the Rathlands. After several attempts, they made limited contact with Home, who suggested that they try to make their way for the Ravensfjord Dungeon, as that is only a 6-month dungeon. That is a dungeon that appears on Firth every 6 months. And the Delvers would only have 2 months to get there. They managed to get there, overcoming strange environments with a never-ending twilight, strange creatures that are almost never seen really too much on Firth, as well as varied versions of undead and other creatures that they've encountered or at least seen on Firth. The Rathland seems to be a complete and utter mystery, as nobody has ever charted any part of it before, although our group of Delvers has been charting at least a path, and they have an idea of where the other dungeons are. They were able to confirm that the dungeons seem to be located in a parallel way to back on Firth, although there seem to be dungeons that pop up on other continents that have been taking up space in the Rathlands as well. And after 45 days or so of trekking along, and they finally found their way to the Ravensfjord Dungeon. They made it in past a frost giant skeleton, and then they managed to find their way in, and using the map that Salthus had made on his last journeys within the dungeon when it was back on Firth, they've discovered that it seems to be some different environmental issues. There's different, the walls are a little bit different. Some of his markings have been either moved or eradicated. In some cases, there are still bodies left over of monsters that were encountered. But there still seems to be some life in there, as they encountered a pair of manticores, which they were able to fairly easily handle. And now they're trying to use what time they have left before the apparent return to Firth to try to explore as much of this dungeon as they can. They're currently trying to get to the 3rd floor, which has pretty much been unexplored at this point in time by at least South's regular Delvers team. And they have just put away the manticores, and that is where we left off. But before we go any further, it's one last time. I need Lori to roll a d6, please.
Dear Lord, why me? Okay. Heat, a 3.
Okay, 3. Let me see here. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe Nate has immunity this week.
And don't you forget it.
Okay. Well, that is a horse of a different color.
God damn it.
Do you have a thesaurus next to you?
No. And I just try to remember what I say each time. I actually haven't gone back to watch what I say each time. I try to remember, did I say that? Did I say this? I'm surprised somebody got curiouser and curiouser the last time. So I take it nobody got horse of a different color in the
No.
pool. Okay.
A little bit out of my age range.
It's the Wizard of Oz.
Casting age-based disintegrate again.
Oh.
Really?
Revenge.
Oh no, I'm going.
Oh no!
Oh, I'm back. Okay. I
We
didn't feel
blocked
so
him.
good. I didn't feel so good, Mr. Stark.
Jeez.
Okay.
No context for the viewers. This is how it must be.
Alrighty. So, Delvers, you are in that room where you just wiped out the manticores. When Demetra roared them into being little scaredy cats, they were trying to get out of the door, the door that's up in the upper corner, which is actually along the lines of where you need to go.
And then they got blinded, and then also stunned, and then just all of the conditions.
There are a bunch of bodies blocking our way right now.
Yeah,
We were
this
we were gonna look for a secret door too with the statue, I think.
That's in the next room. Yeah, we'd taken a look around the corner and saw the cloud creature statue in the middle of the dry fountain. There was a
That's-
water weird in this room at one point, but it doesn't appear to be here now.
That's right.
But something was.
yeah, all right, and I'll see if I can like part them, just like squeeze through them. The two manticore bodies, thus
Okay.
making a path for everyone smaller than me, which I think is everyone.
Everybody.
Well, not at the everybody is smaller than you, yes, but at the moment you have a rather large sized bunny in among you.
Oh, yeah.
Large for a minute.
Yeah, Squeaks.
Yeah, it's only for a minute. So
And it's only 4 foot.
As I look at him, he gets smaller again. Oh,
Yep.
well, never mind. I'll try.
What?
I'm gonna ask you to do something, but it requires more vertical. You're short, and then I'll do the thing.
Fair enough.
Okay, so you have all right. So you want to, so you can more or less considering that Squeaks is now bigger. Squeaks also has a larger carrying capacity now as well.
Yep, for the next 10 seconds.
So you might want to like toss that manticore away. Well, there's not much left of them because they got harvested.
Oh, then
Yep.
then it's gone. Then he's no longer enlarged. It's a minute.
Okay. Yeah, no, that's right. South has harvested them.
I can probably still give him a good shove. I'm pretty strong.
I mean, we can probably we got enough around the door to look in the first time anyway. So.
Yeah.
How
Well,
far?
you're able to like pretty much climb over the remains.
Oh, okay.
They're pretty much now like rugs.
As Danos emerges from underneath them, for some reason, I imagine everyone is already on the other side of them. Yeah, I'll clear the pathway. Oh, well then.
Taking the scenic route, Danos.
Yeah, sure.
Man, quite the scenery, huh?
Yeah. It smells. Ooh, that's no good.
I don't think that's the manticores.
That might be me.
Would you like me to clean you? With prestidigitation.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Okay, I will.
The look I just gave is the look that Danos gives Strix. Just what?
Yep.
Alrighty.
Azir just kind of raises an eyebrow and then just basically goes on about her business.
All right. So
Squeaks is dying.
you're in this. You get into this small room. It's only about 30 by 50 or so. There's two There's two doorways in the north. According to the map that you have, when last you knew the westernmost door led to a corridor which leads you eventually to the stairways to the second level.
Can I inspect the statue for secret compartment handles, switches?
Yes. Go ahead, give me an investigation check. Anybody else want to do anything in this room? You've got a dried out fountain. You have the elemental statue there.
Would anyone like to join me on my inspection?
Yeah, sure. I'll give you some assistance.
Okay.
Dragon, you said that, if I remember correctly, the gem I have is glowing right now.
Yes, it was glowing. It seemed to be glowing.
Okay.
By assistance, Strix, I meant guidance, and I'll tap your shoulder.
Nice. Okay. That is 26.
Okay.
18 plus 6 plus 2.
Okay. You see that this statue has an open hand. At least it's shaped like a hand. It is an air elemental after all, so it looks kind of like a cloud, but it seems to be a hand. And you notice that there is a little notch in the middle of the palm.
I will point it out to the others.
I'm gonna poke it.
I expected that would happen.
You
Does it
hear
look as
barking.
if... Yeah.
Same.
Does it look as if like an item has to be placed in there, or if it has to be like poked, or...
It's an indentation that seems to be like, basically like a gem, some kind of a gem or a stone.
Hold up the gem that was glowing once to everybody and kind of look around. Do you think?
Does it look like it would fit?
Try it.
Hold on 1 second. And Diazira goes over to look at it to make sure that, like, at least from a mundane perspective, it doesn't look like putting that gem in the hand is going to set off any traps.
Yeah, I'm very hesitant in putting the gem in the hand. Just
Do it.
Give me an investigation check on the hand then, specifically, so that's what you're looking for.
Oh, seriously? All right, yeah. So an 8. Thanks, D&D Beyond. That's the way I wanted to start it out the game.
No, but going by Strix's investigation still, then I will say that you notice that there seem to be like almost little hinges for some reason that would seem to close in on whatever might be pressed into the hole.
I close my eyes and I open them, and they're blue now. Detect magic.
There is a faint. There's a glimmer of magic. Let me see.
Would it happen to be conjuration?
Yes, it would actually.
Oh, wonderful.
You do see that same glow very brightly emanating from the stone that Demetra is holding.
Are they both the same color?
Yes, they are actually.
Squeak still just down at Demetra's knees, just like, do it.
I
like, shh.
will
Trying to listen to what he's saying.
I will not relay this information to the rest of the group.
I look at
you-
Danos and I see that there has been a connection made in his eyes, and he's not saying anything.
Give me an insight check, Dimitri.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's what I'm looking for.
I will make a
And
deception
Danos-
check.
And Danos, give me a deception roll.
May I give myself guidance?
No.
Mm.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's fair.
I rolled a 9.
Oh, please be good. Please be good. Please be. I've never wanted anything so bad in my life. 11.
Oh,
Wow. Okay, with one of the lowest checks I think I've ever heard.
Yeah, you just
You
look
don't-
over at
you're
me
not
and
able to make any kind of connection like
I
anything.
just stare at you like,
yeah, it seems fine.
is it magical?
Do what?
You cast detect magic.
Yeah. It's not.
Is it magical?
It's not.
Now, Strix, you can do an insight check.
Can I make another deception check?
Yes, you can.
Okay.
Because this is
My
an
insight is
entirely-
actually
because
not
this
good.
is an entirely different deception than the last one.
Please. Let me cause just a little bit of chaos. Dang it!
What did you roll,
I rolled a 9.
Strix?
16.
Dang it!
15 plus 1. I'm sorry.
Look to Strix.
You
But-
seem to think he's being not exactly truthful.
Do I see mischief or deception in his eyes?
Is this up to me or up to you? Dragon?
You do feel a metal claw pinch your shoulder a little bit.
Ow!
No, but
Alright.
like, is he being mischievous or is he lying?
You can't tell the difference with a 16. Sorry.
Agamemnon, you're gripping quite tightly. Just loosen it up, buddy.
Are you telling the truth?
Oh, not entirely.
And he releases the claw.
Yeah, it's
That
a little bit.
That falls under my jurisdiction. Click.
Yeah. Never let me have any fun.
Sorry.
It's a wee bit magical.
It was the last time we were here as well.
The
Last time there
statue.
was water. Yes, but last time there was also a water weird in this room.
Yeah.
Do you know if there was anything in the hand last time?
I don't recall.
Give me a history check, Sothis.
Where did the gem come from?
I don't recall. With a 13, I
My
know.
gem?
Yeah.
My gem came from my head mistress. She gave it to me before sending me off.
It was taken from the Shiphaven dungeon, which is Dimitri's home dungeon.
Okay.
Be interesting if there's a
it.
connection between here and there.
Do it.
Yeah, well, what the bunny said.
I'm actually with Squeaks on this.
Okay. I look around and I look at Diazia and Strix. Are they in agreement too?
I nod.
I'm over Strix's shoulder, just like,
I'll back us up like 3 steps, but like slowly so that I don't bonk him over. Just for safety.
Do it.
You are also taller and broader than I am.
As you start approaching the statue, you feel a strange pulsing from the gem. And you alone hear a voice saying, "Don't do it."
Do it.
no.
Do it. Do it. Do it.
Protect
do it.
us.
I put the gem back in my pocket.
Aww.
were we not gonna see what it did?
No. Let's Let's look over here.
What
Start
Not
pointing to
mine.
the door.
Moving
Oh.
on then.
You can always try another gem.
I don't know that Danos has any gems. Does anybody have any gems? I really want to see what this does.
Didn't we just get a bunch of gems? In that chest?
Magic.
Yes,
There you go,
actually, you did. You got a whole bunch of gems in the chest that was in the hidden.
I have,
Who's holding
I
it?
have no
past the dragon.
gems
Hmm?
anywhere. I have no gems anywhere.
What about the ones that we
Stri-
picked up in that chest?
Strix, would you mind just headbutting the hand of that statue, please?
With my spell focus, yes, definitely.
Pretty please.
With my
Thanos,
with the
that's
thing
not
I
how a
use to
faith
cast
palm
spells.
works.
So,
I'm not sure we should really be placing any gem in that hand.
What changed your mind?
I felt things. It started vibrating, and I heard voices that said to protect us. Don't put it in there. I don't.
You mean an inanimate object spoke to you?
That wasn't coming from the gem, right?
yes,
Oh, it's coming from the gem.
as far
Okay.
as you knew, it was coming from.
I
the
just thought I
gem.
heard it, and yes, it was coming from this gem.
Can you ask them who they are?
I asked the gem, "Who are you?"
No answer.
I lean over to Squeaks. Well, this is weird. I mean, who talks to inanimate objects? And I kind of brush the feather on my hat and walk away.
I have a short existential crisis.
Turn to Southwest, and then I hand him. I show him the gem. I don't hand it to him, but have you seen something like this before?
It's you've seen enough summoning stones. It's an element. It looks very much like an elemental summoning stone, but instead of just one color, it's swirling
Oh.
with a rainbow.
I
This
don't
is-
know.
I'm saying this. You show it at Southwest, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, Southwest. That's what you take away from it. That it's
Like a time magic rainbow.
Cannot say that I've seen a summoning stone that could summon from multiple elements before, but that appears to be what you have there.
Wonder why they're saying to protect them. Why they would be in danger if we placed it in the hand.
Well, if this
It'd be in
is-
danger for me.
If this is an altar, it may sacrifice them to whatever power is represented by that object. Or for that matter, they may be trapped in the stone and it may destroy it.
There are many reasons for a door not to be opened.
There's another door in this room, isn't there?
Two.
yes.
Okay.
Yes, there are two doors. The one you came in from, and then two on the north wall.
Okay. From one of them, doesn't matter which one. Dano says, well, if we're not going to try it, we should probably just move on. And then goes through one of them.
The far one, if you would. That is the way towards the stairs.
He comes out the other one and goes in the one that South has said.
There is, this is a portcullis, which is actually already up. So that much hasn't changed. The last time you came through here, South, you opened it and it stayed open.
It has continued. All right. Onward.
All right, so you go down this corridor. You make the turn down as the map indicates. It's fairly accurate still. You're still seeing that luminescent fungi on the ceiling. You still notice the walls have that every so often have that strange stone vein almost going from the floor to the ceiling.
As we're
Um,
walking, Daizio, would you like a better vantage point? And I gesture at my other shoulder that Agamemnon is not sitting on.
How tall is the ceiling? Like, if she looks up,
um,
like, can I actually like sit on his shoulder and
you would
not
actually
like...
be able to sit on his shoulder without being too close to the ceiling. It's
Just throws you through the ceiling.
Yeet.
Oh bother.
Step bonk, step bonk.
Oh bollocks. I
as
just-
you come. All right.
I lean to one side whenever he's on my shoulder. It'd be nice to just have a counterweight. And I'm not saying you weigh as much as a metal owl.
She gives you a look. She's like,
Yeah. Danos realizes
like,
what he's done.
This is your sales pitch, like for real.
You know
She's
what?
like,
Oh no.
You know what? I've made a mistake, and I just keep walking. Anyways, continue.
she just kind of
You
shakes
do
her
seem
head
to-
and goes back to the front of the group.
You do seem to think, Sothis, that this hallway seems to be a little shorter than it was previously. And close to the end of the corridor, you do come across the large block that had fallen from the ceiling to the floor as a triggered trap. And you do see your mark on it. There is still an open hole in the ceiling.
So
It appears
these
all of the
happen.
traps haven't been reset yet.
So far, none of them in this section, at least.
Maybe they don't reset until... This is too smart for Danos to say. I'm going to make an intelligence check. I caught myself. Hold on. 1 second. Normal roll. Nope. Never mind. Continue.
Okay. So you continue down towards the end. You have your choices. You can continue along. You're very close to the entry to level 2. Or you can go down and look into that hexagon-shaped room, which had a doorway down the corridor from the Manticore room.
Or the dead end corridor.
Or the dead end corridor.
You do remember that was indeed a dead end last time as well.
Mm-hmm. I am curious to see what lies there.
Down the
But-
dead end, or
Yes.
we will. It's a detour of 10 feet. I'll walk around that corner with Strix, and just to make it easy, I will cast dancing lights and string them all the way down the hallway.
I also have a drift globe. Don't
It
worry.
comes. It lights
All the
up
lights.
it lights up the corridor. It goes down about 70, 80 feet or so, roughly the same length as it was the last time you were here, and still there's nothing there at the end. It is just a dead-ended corridor. No doors, no ornamentation, nothing.
Is there anything shiny over there?
Not in the slightest.
Not accessible from this side, at least.
I don't think we'll find much until we get to the parts that haven't
Great.
really been explored.
Yeah, I say we go to level 2.
I would agree. And he dispels the globes.
Okay.
I lagged out. Sorry.
All right. So you find your way up, going back up to the corridor, and you come into a small room through an archway. To the south is a door which is opened, and you see beyond it stairs descending.
I missed about 30 seconds. What happened?
Nothing.
Oh, you went around the corridor. You went through an archway, and there's a room. The door to the south is still open from the last time that Sothis was here, and beyond the door you see the stairs going down.
Okay.
And then we went down the stairs.
Okay. So, you should have the map still in the Discord for level 2.
Just went and found it. Yep.
Okay.
Level 2.
All right.
Would you mind pinning it on the Discord?
Okay. Let me restart Discord. Because,
Oh, I got it.
okay.
Thank you, Trap.
I'll repost it.
All right. Let's see here now. All right. So.
So there are 2 paths that we could go by. If that sounds like a song cue, no, it isn't. For copyright reasons. One of them is significantly longer, but there are several more interesting possibilities. One of them is slightly shorter and has many more rectangular rooms that have had creatures living in them.
See. The road to level 3 is relatively short, no?
Longer than it took us to get to the staircase to here.
Then I might have the wrong map. Yeah, I have the wrong map. Great.
Personally, I would suggest as we exit into the next room, assuming there's nothing there, we take the archway to our right, which will take us the slightly more interesting route.
I'd say we go the shorter way. If we clear
Equidistant.
it out on our way down, then we'll have an easier time getting back to the surface when the time comes.
Roughly similar in length.
Hmm.
This one's only slightly longer.
Have you already explored both routes previously?
Last time my party came, we went the other way that I'm suggesting. And cleared it, to be fair. We got to the staircase when we realized that we were short on time.
And there might be a benefit in exploring the other route. The fact that it is mapped out must mean that it isn't entirely deadly, for people have been there before.
It is not entirely deadly. I have been about halfway along that route myself, and I believe in the last appearance, the other group that out of the Ravensfjord office took that route.
Doesn't that mean that there likely won't be any shinies that way?
Day Zero just pulls a coin out of her pocket.
I'm gonna
And she points-
focus on 1, 2, 3, the fourth wall I see, and listen and question that voice I always hear in my head that tells me to roll things, and see if that inner voice I have has a preference.
Okay, well, first, Daizira, what are you doing?
So she pulls a coin out of her pocket and she points to the door and she goes heads, tails, and she flips the coin. And I'm going to roll a d6. Evens is heads, tails is odds.
As it's in the air. Yeah, I'm good with that.
Tails.
Okay, so which direction are you going to?
So heads was the long way, tails was the short way. And she flipped the coin and it came up tails.
I don't think you caught my drift, though. I was asking if the DM had a preference.
No,
Oh,
it was a long walk, but I finally caught
Yeah.
up to where you were at.
Before the coin was tossed, that was kind of the point.
okay. There's really no preference for this one.
South it is.
Disappointing.
All right, give me just a second here because I'm having some technical difficulties with my blasted computer, and I apologize. You're walking along pretty much with the same amount of illumination. It's that same strange luminescent fungi on the ceiling. And it's permeating down here as well. So there is some ambient light down here. But you're able to see things, and you're noticing too that the walls are pretty much almost the same kind of situation. Those strange veins are going up and down. Corridors aren't seeming as long. In some cases, they actually have a little bit more breathing space in them than you remember. Almost as if it's a little bit wider, like instead of too much of a tight fit. Like you had, like there was a there was a Goliath that you had been with on one of your other delves in here. He had a little bit of a rough time width-wise, and you're looking that he wouldn't have that same difficulty in this dungeon, in this corridor this time.
Very well.
All right, so you get to the first. All right, so you get to an archway and you come into a room, very smallish room. It's empty. There wasn't anything in here to really note the last time either. Do you go to the if you want to continue heading south, you can go ahead that way. All these rooms seem, from what your map shows and what you remember, these rooms all seem to be interconnected. So that you almost had to go through a lot of these rooms to get to the next level.
Next room, presumably we're looking through the archway of a room that has a door on the eastern wall.
Mm-hmm, that's it.
Continue on, I suppose.
All right. You continue along, and you go through the doorway into another smaller room. It's about this room seems to be a little bit smaller than you remember. Right now, it's about only 20 feet wide, as opposed to like the 30 that it was last time.
This level is changing its configuration. Everything's still here, but the proportions are off. This map's going to be useless. And then a year, two, at this rate, it'll have completely changed.
All right, and you have the door to the south. And this door is actually locked this time, Southwest, and it wasn't last time.
Madame Dizera.
She walks up to the door, obviously checks it for traps to check and see, and checks to see if it's locked.
It is indeed locked. You can go ahead and use investigation for your traps with your advantage.
I'm glad I have advantage because that first roll sucked. The second one also sucks. So that's an 8 to check for traps.
Well, you can't find any traps. It is indeed locked.
Okay. So then she'll roll to pick the lock, which is what a dex roll plus
Proficiency.
proficiency.
Proficiency from your thieves and from your thieves tools.
Okay, so that's a 12. So that would be a 14.
It's a very simple lock. You don't think it's terribly difficult, and you work your tools around and you hear the little clink.
Okay.
So,
she'd still be careful just to, when she opens the door.
Dimitri, give me a perception check, please.
Okay. Let's see.
Since I'm opening the door, do I also get a perception check?
Well, did you open the door? I thought you just unlocked it. I didn't hear you say you opened it. I'm sorry.
No, I said I was going to very carefully open the door.
Okay. Yeah, you can go ahead too. What did you roll?
Mine was a 13.
I have a 16.
Okay. You get a certain familiar taste in your mouth, Dimitri.
Blade glowing?
And
Sorry, Azira, careful.
And Azira, you get a smell of rot.
Is the blade glowing too?
Yes, you do notice that your blade is starting to glow.
Yeah, so she starts to crack the door open. The minute that she gets hit by that smell, she slowly, probably just about the time she says my name, she starts to slowly push the door back closed. And she goes, "There be dead things over there."
It
Cool,
seems
let's
they've
kill 'em
been
again.
undeaded as well.
So what do
We
you
got
doing?
farther than this, so
Yeah, you're in the front with Diazira Squeak, so
You want
you can go.
you want me to sort of tinder them up a little bit before you go in?
I mean, I can't go in. Diazira, close the door.
We might want to assess the threat first, depending on how often you can do that in a day.
Oh, I mean, I just gotta take a little breather after.
The taste in your mouth is very familiar.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I was gonna say. There's stuff on the other side there that I have that taste. Remember the taste that I used to tell you about with the dead things? It's on the other
Yeah.
side.
We know it's undead, I just meant assess how many and how big they are before we use abilities we can only use once or twice. That's what I meant.
Yeah, I've only got one more rage today.
Oh,
Honestly, I was willing to just take him on without it.
how familiar is it, Dimitri? The taste you get.
You've had it enough times that you can pretty much discern the type. It's skeletons.
I relay that information.
Skeletons are a bunch of cowards. They got no guts.
You know what? Go ahead and go in.
Squeaks, I
He's
expect
like,
that.
I give up, just whatever.
Squeaks, I
cast
expect.
vicious mockery.
Squeaks, I expect that from me, not you.
Let's just send in Squeaks and have him tell bad jokes. Maybe they'll.
Hey man, I themed my vicious mockery to be things I learned from Squeaks, so this completely tracks.
boy.
So,
Does that mean you're gonna yell you don't have any guts in the middle of the fight?
So what are you doing,
I mean-
Belvas?
Squeaks is already
If
through the
they
door, or
decide
you're
that they
going
want to
back?
go, if they decide they want to go through, Diet Zero will get out of the way.
As will Danos.
I could also, if we want to take some steps back, use thaumaturgy and swing open the door from afar.
Loud. It's the only downside to doing that. It's loud.
True. I think they already know we're here, though.
Probably.
I mean, if we fight, it's also going to be loud.
Also
So
going to be
yeah.
loud. Fair enough.
Let's just let Squeaks go in. He's getting nervous.
yeah, go get him, champ. I'll sort of nudge him forward.
He's like ramping up, like in space.
I'll let
Because
Squeaks and
that's
Demetra
out
go
of
first,
battle pose.
but
He's like, let me at him.
I'll let Squeaks and Demetra go first, but I'll follow close behind.
I'll sort of like bend over and like massage Squeak's shoulders a little bit, and I will give Squeaks guidance.
Okay.
I'll walk behind Squeaks with my battle axe, and as we get to the door, if Squeaks you're ready to go in, I'll just use my axe and push open the door and let you go underneath me.
We've got our tank order.
I'm going in.
Okay. Well, you see 3 forms trying to get out of the other door, of one of the other doors down to the south of this room.
Trying and I'm assuming failing.
Well, they're opening the door and they seem to be going through. They seem to be completely oblivious to you.
So I look down at Squeaks. I'm like, shh.
You're no fun.
I will give each of you a free action. I rolled a natural 1 on their perception when the door was open.
Ha ha ha.
I'll look
So
at
you
the other
have
two
a
to see what
free
they want to
action.
do. Yeah.
How big are they?
They're normal sized. They're medium sized, size of a human.
Gotta want to run up and hit one.
You got like
They're-
6 seconds, and then the rest of the party is following you.
Their
Yeah.
backs are to you.
How
As they're
far are
trying
they
to go
away?
out of this door.
How far are they away?
They are about 35 feet away. That's how far it is from door to door.
I mean, if you need to dash, this is your moment.
Don't even need to dash.
Yeah.
Can you roll initiative for the order that this is happening in?
Are we fighting?
Yes.
Are me and Squeaks
Oh,
have
fighting.
an action first before we
Yeah.
start fighting?
Yeah, you each have an action before we go.
I'm assuming I'm in there with them, by the way, because I said I was going with them. But
Okay.
or is it just those two?
It was them at first, but you were right behind them. So yeah, you would have that too.
I'm gonna run up to them. Good. I'm gonna run up to them and can I get there? I think my speed's only 30 feet.
But you do get a boost of speed from your barbarian path. Yes,
Yeah, I can hop.
that too.
I can also use my action to throw you.
Fastball
my gosh.
special.
Just a flying bunny. Screaming.
Please,
I mean-
please.
Is this just you like scoop me up by the armpits from behind and just like chuck me like a football?
I am not strong, so I will have to use momentum, yes.
How about I throw the bunny? I'm pretty strong.
That might be a better use of
All right.
strength.
That will be all right, Demetra.
That'll be
your,
my action.
That will be your action. Yes.
Worth
Okay.
it.
I turn to Squeaks. I look down. I'm like, Squeaks, are you ready?
For what?
I pick him up and throw him.
Welcome to the first annual Squeak Eat.
How far does an unladen bunny travel?
African or European?
Stop. Hard stop.
American.
Okay.
Stop.
All right. Dimitri, give me a strength check. please.
Gladly.
Oh, thank God I
And
didn't do this.
With athletics, actually. You can use athletics.
Athletics?
Yes.
Okay.
I can't breathe and I almost fell off my stool.
Well, that kind of sucked. It was a 9.
Ooh. You only need to get him like 5 or 10 feet for him to be able to like keep running.
I'll give you that. You're not trying to throw him like as a projectile. You're trying to give him a movement boost. I'll give it to you.
Okay. Because that would have been really embarrassing. Just like,
Don't
and it
worry,
goes, like,
I'll do
2
it.
feet and flops down.
So Squeaks, you are flung in an extra 10 to 15 feet.
Sorry, Squeaks.
Hit the ground running. I'm going for it.
All right.
I had a +6. I rolled a 3.
Oof.
I tried.
I'm gonna run after him and stab the
Okay.
nearest skeleton.
You see, these do look quite familiar. 2 of them look like your typical run-of-the-mill skeletons. The other one has a little bit more fancier armor on.
I'm aiming for Fancy Boy.
Same.
Okay.
If I can do that, if I'm allowed to move and stab
Yes.
him. Cool. Yeet. Oh, that's not great. Oof. Wait, that's only a 15 to hit. I
That
rolled
hits.
a 9.
That hits.
Okay. Okay. I don't know what the extra damage is, but that is math. 11. Magical
Okay.
piercing.
Okay, give me just a moment here. All right. I'll just mark that down. 11. Okay. All right. You definitely nailed it with damage. Let me have everybody else's initiatives now. Let me see. Daizira.
But I didn't get my hit in.
Oh, I'm sorry, Squeaks. Go ahead.
I also rolled a 15. So,
Then you hit.
damn it. Let me get. Ooh. I rolled an 11 on a d12. All right, that's 16 damage total.
Nice.
Okay, so
Whacked him.
all right, so 27 altogether. So that's you two have done a nice bit of a nice chunk of change on him. All right, so let's get your initiatives down now. Let's see, Daizira, you have a 10.
Yep.
Southis, you have a 12. Yes.
Correct.
Dimitra, your initiative.
11.
Danis got a 15.
13.
13. Okay. Squeaks, your initiative.
11.
And Strix.
22.
Okay.
Slightly going first.
Yeah. I rolled an 18. I don't want to waste my good rolls on initiative. I'm a bard. I need to wait to see what
Okay.
everyone else does.
All right. Because unfortunately, as much as I loved some of the improvements that D&D Beyond, thank you D&D Beyond, have made, I still need to manually enter your hit points every time we do a combat tracking. So, Strix, let me have your current hit points, please.
31.
Okay, Danos.
24.
Salthus.
24.
Dimitra.
26.
Squeaks.
30.
And Daizira.
31.
Okay. All righty. So on 22.
Yep. I'm going to place myself in such a position that when Dimitra runs up, we will be flanking. Can I do that?
Yes.
All right. Or flanking with Squeaks, whatever is best. Just flanking. That is my goal. I am the flank. And then I'm just gonna stab again.
Okay, you stabbing the same one?
Yeah, worked last time.
Okay, and you did notice that you did a little bit more damage than you would expect it to.
Am I flanking already, or can I hold my action until I am flanking?
You can hold until you're flanking.
Okay, I would like to do that because I would love advantage.
Okay.
And that's it for now.
Okay, on 20. The first skeleton will attack. Let's see, there are 3 currently right there.
There's one dexterous skeleton.
Rolled a natural 20 for the skeletons for their initiative. For initiative.
Don't scare me like that.
I feel them.
Rude.
Okay, and the first one will be attacking Squeaks. With a
Who would
short
win?
sword.
Small bunny or big gleaming robot?
I doubt a 14. Does 14 hit?
No.
Okay, so that one missed.
Donk.
And the second one is also going after Squeaks.
Aw.
A dirty 20.
Ooh. Ow.
You take 5 piercing damage.
Oh, the bunny.
And that was on 20. On 13, Danos.
Right. I will enter the room. Can I get within 60 feet of a skelly boy?
You're easily within 60 feet because the room is only about like 35, 40 feet deep.
Right. Can I target Mr. Fancy Pants?
Sure.
I would like to Sacred Flame him. That is a dexterity saving throw.
Okay.
DC 14.
And a 15.
Well, I don't
Shucks.
think he takes anything. Nope.
What are you casting?
Sacred Flame?
Okay.
Yeah. Well, that's unfortunate.
I need to
I
pay better
will
attention.
then use the rest of my movement to back out of the room and around the corner.
Okay.
And that's my turn.
Okay.
I really was hoping that would work.
It was a good thought.
Yeah. I tried.
All right. Southus on 12.
Salthus will point the Wand of the War Mage at the one that they have been concentrating on and will cast a chromatic orb of thunder damage at it.
Okay.
And I'm going to guess a 27 hits.
Yeah.
All right. In that case, it takes 13 points of sonic boom.
Okay. It is still barely up.
Wow.
It is like completely if a skeleton was able to have a look of confusion on its face, this one certainly would, because it has no idea what the hell is going on.
Eyebrow bones are knitted.
Yeah.
I am walking into the room and staying along the north wall as far as I can get.
Okay, is that it?
That's all.
Okay. On 11, Demetra.
All right, I'm gonna run up to. Okay, I'll run up to the fancy looking skeleton
Okay.
and swing with my battle axe.
I stab.
16.
That hits.
All right.
Technically, you can wait for me to hit and see if it dies, and then maybe hit another one if I kill it. 'Cause
That
my
would
reaction
be
would trigger
awesome.
first.
Can I do that?
Yes, you can wait.
Okay. I hold.
Yeah, like we might kill it at the same time, and that's kind of awkward. Wow. Or maybe not. That is a 14 to hit.
just missed.
Yeah.
Ah,
I rolled a 6 and an 8.
So, Demetra, you go ahead and roll your damage.
all right. Let's see.
You swinging two-handed?
I am swinging two-handed.
Okay.
Be a 9 slashing damage.
Did you take advantage?
You haul back, and you have a little twinkle in your eye as you swing your axe, and you knock this thing's head clean off, and it bounces around the room,
Yes.
and it falls.
I roar.
Okay. Also on 11, Squeaks.
All right, since the primary target's down, I'm gonna swing at the other boys, whichever's closer.
Okay, they're both right there. They were all pretty much together trying to leave the room.
All right. So I'm probably within 5 feet of either.
Oh, easily.
Okay, I'm gonna turn and just attack the one on my left. I like
Okay.
left.
Give me A or B.
A.
Okay.
I don't think there's much of a difference. I'm gonna just swing. Ha! Ooh! All right. My math brain just completely cut out. 23 total?
Oh, that hits with no problem. Yeah, these poor buggers, they barely got armor scraps on. I mean, they're raggedy. They're not. They don't have as nice armor as the other one did.
All right. Yeah. Not as happy with that damage roll. That's 9 points of damage. Slashing, I think. Yeah, slashing. Slash.
Okay. All right. You notice that it didn't do quite as much as you had hoped.
All right. And I'm gonna just real quick. I'm just gonna scream at it. You're lucky you don't have knees, or they'd be mine.
That's okay. So that's 11. Anything else, Squeaks?
No, that's it.
Okay. Daizira.
Wait, so I'm gonna shoot at the one that's engaged with Squeaks, which I
Okay.
think gives me advantage if I remember correctly.
Yes, it does. Which means you would get sneak attack.
Not if I don't hit it, because I doubt a 12 hits.
You just missed it. Anything else you want to do?
Nope, that's it.
Okay. Well, on 4, the sword wraith would have gone. And fortunately for you, you got it before it could summon more skeletons.
Yes.
Again.
Once again.
Once again. Once again. You chose wisely.
Always
We are hamstringing Dragon's bosses.
All right, so
literally in my case.
so that's on 22. Strix.
Yeah, gonna reposition myself if I can to flank again
Okay.
and send those dice to Dice Jail and roll with different ones. Wow. Okay. A 22 to hit.
That hits.
Great.
Are you hitting the one that's been banged up or the other one?
Yes. Less attacks, more better.
Okay.
Another 11 piercing damage, magical, with whatever mysterious bonus damage I do, if I do it. I don't know.
I'll give it to you because of the radiant damage bonus that you take a swing at this and you see that you didn't make as much headway on it either, but the blue glow permeates this thing's body and its spine shatters.
Fascinating. I'll spin around to the other one to get ready. But that's it.
And on 20, It will attack. It will attack Strix.
I get an attack of opportunity. Because
Sentinel.
It's no, the one that you hit is the one that just got downed. You didn't attack this other one, did you? The fresh one?
if it's within 5 feet of me and it
Oh.
attacks someone else, I get an attack.
Okay. All right, so go ahead.
Ugh. No, that's a 14.
That hits.
Oh, cool.
I think 15 was for the one that we nuked.
Right.
Or rather, that you guys nuked.
Right. That's 11 slashing.
Okay. You notice that again, it doesn't do as much damage as you would really like it, as much as you would hope it to do. But it is hurt now. And it will attack. It doesn't have to really move because you're right there. So let me see here. Does a 16 hit Strix? I don't think so.
No.
That's what I figured. Okay, so that's it. It's done.
That's why I continuously place myself in this position.
Thank Lord.
Okay, that's
Strike
it.
their fire. I'll hit him back.
That's all it can do. Danos on 13.
It's a great combo move.
Yeah, all right. I'm going to peek around the door again, and I see there's how many left? Just one.
Just one.
Sacred Flame.
Okay. So it needs to make a dexterity save.
Yes, Dexterity DC 14. Please fail. Please come. Just fail.
14.
Thanos
Dang it.
needs a win. I'm gonna cutting words it.
Can you cutting words a save?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh,
I don't even
Awesome.
have to roll, but I will because I like rolling dice. That's -3.
And now you did.
yeah,
now,
all right.
Now it failed.
And it takes. Ooh, 7 radiant damage.
It bursts into flame. An aura of a blue flame just fills this thing. And the flame subsides and it just collapses in pieces.
Danos didn't see any of that because he just fired it and backed behind the door again.
I'm like looking behind us, like, where did that come from?
And you just see,
What an
Oh,
impressive kill,
know.
Danos.
oh, I killed it. I mean, of course, yes. I meant to do that.
Extremely
Right.
skilled and
That's the
brave.
last of them. Come on out.
Yeah, all right.
We do the
Oh.
usual inspecting for anything shiny or interesting.
Okay. Well, you notice right off the bat, the sword wraith does not have as fancy a sword as the other one did. But it's the sword that it does have. It's well oiled, but there's nothing all that remarkable about it. The armor seems to hold up a lot more than the other skeleton's armor did. But it too has the signs of like mildew and decay on it in spots.
Hmm. Do they look like they were just on patrol?
You can't really tell that. They were just going. Happened to be going through that door
Mm-hmm.
when you came through.
But they weren't like running from something. As
They weren't
were.
running from something. No, they were just starting to go through the door when you opened the door on them.
How long has it been since the statue and the diamond incident thing? How much time
It's-
has passed?
It's been I would say easily anywhere from 45 minutes to an hour with
Oh.
all the walking.
Never mind.
But you had to go from the one level down and
Yeah,
Great.
continue.
All right.
Those two doors loop into one another. There are two rooms and one dead end of a doorway, hallway. We could divert quickly to see what's, if anything, they were headed towards.
That might be interesting to know. Have they already opened the door?
They do. Okay. Oh, and you don't find anything really on them other than the crappy weapons and armor. They didn't have any coin or gems or anything.
Have they already opened the door?
Yes, they did.
Okay. I'm gonna
And
peek through.
like Southa says, it opens up, and you do see down towards the bottom. There's a door in the southern wall, and then there's a little turn around the corner to another door in the western corner. That leads to another room, which connects to the door that's in the other part of this room.
Comes out at that door over there next to the archway, which is the archway is actually the way we'd be going.
We can circle around if we want to take a short rest. The second room is actually a quite defensible position.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know if any of us needs that.
You figure that by the time you got here, went through fighting the giant, went through the rooms upstairs, the fight with the manticores, coming down in here, checking out the various hallways and traps and everything in the other in the upper layer and down to here with this last half, it's got to be somewhere around 8 or 9 o'clock at night.
Oh, we're talking long rest. Okay.
In that case, the southernmost door over there leads to a rather lengthy dead-end hallway. We could easily shut the door behind us and sleep there in a defensible place.
Sounds good to me.
Yeah, I'm
I
good
say
with
we
that.
at least clear out the directly surrounding area before going to rest.
Not a terrible idea.
So we want to check out the two rectangular rooms and the corridor, but not all at the same time.
Yeah.
Carefully as always.
Okay.
I'd suggest we close these doors behind us as well.
Well, when you open the room that's that's connected, that will go back up to the room where you fought the skeletons in, you notice that the little pile, the same kind of pile of dead goblin remains, the miry, mucky, mud covered bones with that wonderful smell of swamp. And you do know that this was a spot where you had fought goblins previously.
There we are then.
The corridor then.
Hmm?
The dead end hallway.
Mm-hmm. Let's give it a try.
Hopefully the corridor smells better since we'll be sleeping there.
Compressed
there's nothing-
digitation every hour.
So, is that door locked?
That door is not locked, but it is lockable.
Perfect.
Very good. How convenient.
Shall we check out the dead-end hallway?
It comes and goes around almost to touch the southern wall of that room, but it falls short, and there is no door. There is no opening in here.
Okay.
It's just almost like a cul-de-sac.
Nice. I know this
As
doesn't
advertised.
really exist in D&D, but can I do a take 10 or not take 10, but take 10, 20 minutes to really closely inspect everything, make sure no ceiling is going to cave in. We can't step on any hidden runes by accident. Just
safety. Canvas.
If you folks want to go ahead and do check for traps, go right ahead.
Okay. Is that investigation?
Yes.
I'll just lean around the doorway and just be like, be sure to check that loose stone. It looks pretty sketchy, and I'll give Strix guidance.
I will spend attention on that. Ooh, loose stone. Ooh, okay. Dirty 20 plus 6. Well, together with the guidance. So,
Okay.
26 again.
Okay. You don't find any sort of traps. You don't find any sort of irregularities other than the type that Sothis has been noting all along, with the changes to the wall and still that phosphorescent fungi on the ceiling.
So I wouldn't suggest a fire in here, so it's going to be a cold dinner, I'm afraid.
Let me see.
I think we've all spent nights in dungeons where we can light a fire.
I can chill, warm, or flavor up to 1 cubic foot of material for an hour. So I should be able to warm food. I can't cook it, but I can warm it.
Nice.
You do have some of that skullworm jerky left from the last time you encountered it. And before we go any further, Dimitri, I need you to roll a d20.
Uh-oh. Oh, gosh.
I think we all know what that means.
Mm-hmm.
That would be a 16.
That sounds like a Nate is immune, is what that sounds like.
Ah, shush.
Okay. Well, the surprise die rolled a natural 1. But you needed to roll higher, and you did.
Whew.
Uh-oh.
The mischief is constantly being stifled. Thanos does not appreciate this.
Ha.
As you are looking around, also checking to see if there's any kind of irregularities, you actually kind of lose your footing. You slip on some of that phosphorescent fungi is on the floor, and you just happen to step on it in just the wrong way, and you trip and fall flat down on your face.
Ugh.
But as you open your eyes at the floor level, you see in the very corner, there's a little crack in the wall. There's a 5-leaf clover.
I grab it.
Okay. This token grants you luck for 1 roll. 1 reroll of your choosing. Be it an attack roll, a saving throw, or an ability skill check.
This is nice. Thank you.
So that's at least the game mechanic. But as far as in the game goes, you find this 5-leaf clover.
My face still hurts, but this is cool.
Eat it, eat it, eat it.
That would be kind of a cat thing to do, right?
Oh dear. All right, so Dimitri, you were the recipient of a boon of the final surprise die roll for season 2.
Oh, I'm honored.
Okay, so thus ends the story of the surprise die this time.
Oh.
All right, so, well, this is kind of apropos right now. We're going to take our break. You folks will have taken a long rest. I'm going to forego, unless there's anything that you want to specifically do during the watches, think about it during the break, and then we'll come back. But in the meantime, put back all your hit points, put back all your spell slots, put back all your rages and what have you, and your uses, because give yourself a long rest. And I think how does everybody feel about a 10-minute break tonight? So this way we can keep on going, because it is our last evening. We need to fit in a few things.
You're right.
All right, so we're going to have a 10-minute break, so we will be back at 8:41 Eastern time. So friends and fiends, we'll see you on the other side. And we're back. Welcome back, friends and fiends. As we left our party during that short break, they bedded down for a long rest, taking refuge in a pretty much dead-end corridor. After defeating rather handily as usual a pack of skeletons. And taking out the sword wraith before they could get any reinforcements. So strategically sound once more. So during the course of the night, Delvers, is there anything that any of you want to talk about or interact with any of the others or do? Okay.
Yeah, I would like to use my time to create an updated map as always, but also to like search my memories again because it worked last time. That was kind of sus, so I'd like to try it again. Very different environment.
Okay. You go into that neutral mode. You're thinking back to when you were first discovered. You can see that very clearly. You can see the faces of the Delvers who were there at the moment that your eyes opened. You can see the room very clearly too. Just as clearly as you saw it the last time you visualized it. Only this time there's no breach. There's no flash forward. The image is still, well, it wasn't all that clear to begin with in your head, other than you just knew somehow that this was your hand you were looking at that time. And while that memory is still very clear in your mind, it's not triggering anything else.
Okay.
Is there anything that anybody else, is there anything else, Strix?
No.
No? Okay. So you've updated the map as best as you can. Anybody else want to do anything or say anything or interact with anybody else while you're on your watch?
I would like to specifically take a watch with Demetra. And while we're watching, so were you just yanking our chain when you were talking about the stone, or did the stone actually speak to you?
I have no reason to lie to you. It spoke to me.
Yeah, that's fair. DM, does that sound like anything that I might have any kind of experience with?
Give me a religion check.
Absolutely. May I give myself guidance for this roll?
No.
Dang it.
Nice try.
One day it will work. Hey, 19.
You kind of get the idea that there's something definitely metaphysical about what's going on. You aren't as well versed in magical items or artifacts as say Southis might be or anybody else. You know the nice shinies when you see them. You've come across one or two elemental summoning stones in your time on various delves. Never were able to successfully palm them because magic detection isn't exactly the sole propriety of yourself on your team.
Yeah.
But you do share that what Southis had mentioned. You do share that knowledge that you've never seen one that had so many different glows to it before that it forms like a rainbow. You know that it's something, that there's something special about it. With the 19, I'll say that it's not unheard of that if a stone has a particularly powerful link to its summoned elemental, that there's enough of a connection that there might be some communication.
Gotcha. So I am under the impression that if something is speaking to Demetra, it is whatever elemental is summoned from this gem.
Yes.
Got it. Got it.
Does Demetra have knowledge of this gem as far as like coming across one similar in her delves?
Once or twice you've come across them. If you recall, the task mistress did tell you that this was a very special gem.
Mm-hmm.
That you were able to summon multiple lesser beings with it. And that as opposed to the norm where the stone would be destroyed after the summoning, that this one actually does not end. It's powerful in the way that it has a little bit of a permanence to it, that you're able to use it repeatedly. Granted, it's the limitation of the 3 days.
Mm-hmm.
But you're able to, and of course, you're able to only summon somewhat lesser elemental beings.
Well, whatever is speaking to you is obviously very special. I've not seen any stones like that. Well, I've seen similar ones, but not. They didn't have as much, on them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. It's the first one that I've seen that has been more than one color at the same time, and it's definitely the first one that I've seen that's actually spoken to me before. I'm concerned that they said protect us, and by not wanting us to put them in that particular statue.
Which, by the way, resembled an air elemental.
So maybe what I have is not an air elemental?
Or maybe it is.
I haven't called them out to use just yet.
Yeah, I might wait on that. We don't
Considering
know
that I can only do that once every 3 days.
Yeah,
be for good reason.
Yeah, we also don't know how helpful they actually are. We've never actually met them. But might be something to think about. Just, food for thought. And I will go to sleep.
Okay. Does anybody else want to do any kind of interaction or anything on their watch?
No, Diazira is basically just keeping to herself. For a lot of this, you could tell that she was gung-ho, trying to keep everybody together and trying to do all the stuff. And now she's just now that they're in the dungeon and kind of doing the thing, she's back to being kind of quiet and, no nonsense business kind of thing.
Okay. Anybody else want to give an idea of what they want to do? If they want to do anything outside the norm that they do as far as their routine goes or anything?
Oh, just as a note, if Danos can still fit inside that bag, Danos is 100% sleeping inside that bag. Just so you know.
Well, there are other things inside.
He will sleep next to them.
Okay.
Unless it's an issue.
That's up to them. That's up to everybody else.
Oh. Alright, he'll go to climb inside the bag and just kind of look at everyone. It's really comfortable in here.
I'm gonna join him in the bag.
Yeah, alright, what the hell?
All right, so
Seriously, I was kidding about that.
Just peek out from the bag. It's actually very comfortable.
Fair enough.
oh dear. Okay. Well, hey, it's surprise party, right?
Yep.
We're
Don't
on
roll
brand.
over, you might squash me.
All right, so the night goes through without any real situations happening going on. Your internal clock goes off more or less, Strix, and lets everybody know that's about 7ish or so in the morning.
It is
Is there a
7:12 in the
compartment for a
morning.
cuckoo clock? Or-
It is 7:12. We should rise.
I wish that was my alarm clock in the morning. So gentle.
I mean, I could send you a voice. No, just
Okay. All right. All right, so you're all getting up now?
Yep.
All right. All right, everybody's has reset all their stats and everything, all good? All right, so the day is now yours, Delvers. What's the first thing you're going to do? Other than get out of the corridor, of course.
Yeah, right. What's the quickest way to deeper down here?
Quickest path is north one room. I don't think we want to go the other way because it's rather foul smelling right now. And then west through the archway. And then at that point, west or south, either door goes the same direction eventually. So
Danos retained north. And starts walking.
that way, then left.
All right, you go in
just
through-
follow us.
you go in through the archway. There's nothing really much to find in here. As you go through each of these rooms, they're all pretty barren. I mean, occasionally you'll find what might be like the remnants of a possible battle. Like, according to your notes, Salthus, on this particular level, there was a lot of undead. And more than a few packs of orcs and goblins.
It's the last room.
So,
Yeah.
but occasionally you find like
Where's
the odd
mine?
skull, the odd femur, like in a boot still. But you're not coming across anything else. And you're able to go through the next 4 or 5 rooms, really, with nothing happening. And you eventually make your way
Mhm.
to the room that has a doorway to the north that leads right to the stairs.
Okay.
There's a door that goes to the west into a room that almost mirrors this one, and there's a door to the south.
Fastest path to the stairwell down is the hallway to the north.
Right.
Let's go that way.
Very well.
All right.
Danos' guard has completely dropped by this point. So whatever door we come to, wherever Southus points, like, not checking for nothing, just walking.
It's a good thing.
good thing
that
Daisira's
Daisira's in front of you. Then, yeah.
Okay, the doorway
I mean, I
to
can
the
still
north.
reach over her.
The doorway to
Asterix and
the
Demetra are also in front of you, buddy.
doorway to the north opens very easily. It's not locked. And according to your notes, Alphys, there was no traps on most of these doors through these corridors.
Most.
Selphus,
Mhm.
has anyone ever reached level 3 before?
Yes. Neither my group nor the other group that normally goes. However, Delvers had a rather more experienced group of veterans the last cycle before, I believe, that did make it. They said they found stairways down to a 4th level. They were not the best mappers, so we have only the vaguest idea of what that floor looks like. Roughly as complex as this. Rather stronger things down there. Actually, since you mentioned it, this ring comes from that floor. And he'll point to a rather ornate-looking ring on his finger that's got a very large black gem in it.
I should have done this last night, now that I think about it. But do I have any recollection about any form of map or shape being on file that I could remember? It's okay if not. I just should have thought about this.
They were very, very piecemeal. The maps of the third level were very piecemeal. Even though they were a team of veterans, map making was never that high on their purview as it might have been on others. They were just so surprised that they were able to get to the 3rd floor that they just wanted to try to explore what they could and gave vague descriptions. And it's a lot of stairways that go to the 4th floor. There might be another one that goes up again into the 2nd floor at a different point. Long corridors, a lot of long corridors, somewhat almost cavern-like rooms.
Mm-hmm.
There was one particular room that they barely got to see in because it was very overrun with undead.
Mm-hmm.
And they basically got out of there without really any of the undead knowing. They basically opened the door, saw it, and said, "Oh," and backed out slowly without triggering anything.
Okay.
And that seems to be somewhere towards the middle of the 3rd floor.
Just gonna uncollapse the arm blade and not decollapse it again for the rest of the day.
Okay.
I will share this, but it's probably about the same as what Self has shared. So I will stay poised to start live mapping again, in more detail.
Okay. All right. As you start walking down, I take it you're going to start walking down the stairs then?
I'll let Daisira take a look if she wants to.
I mean, she's basically doing her thing, so
yeah,
she's looking for traps. I mean, for anything that like Salthus had explored, she's like, she's watching, but she's not super watching. like once we hit the 3rd floor and definitely heading into the 4th floor if we get that far, she starts paying more attention to what's going on around her.
Okay. So go ahead and give me an investigation for to see if there's any traps and going down the stairs.
12.
You don't find anything. You go down. It takes about a good solid 5 minutes to get down here. These stairs go down quite a bit. And you do recall this, Sothis, that the stairs took quite a while to climb down, but you don't remember it being this long.
Okay.
This has stretched.
Hmm.
We are quite a distance down into this dungeon now, into the Phantom Mountain section.
We should be prepared for anything then.
Hmm.
Demetra, perhaps if you taste that taste again, do not shout it out, but tap a couple of us on the shoulder. Stealth might be to our advantage here.
Understand.
As you continue down, you notice that it almost seems to be getting warm. And there's almost a humidity. And
Do I think we might have bypassed the 3rd floor? Could we have gone that far down?
There is a distinct possibility because if you'll recall on your map, it says to level 3 ?
Does it feel like the pressure has changed? Like, do I feel like I'm going deeper underground? Like, am I feeling additional pressure?
No, not
on my
really.
ears.
No, not really. But Squeaks, you definitely noticed that there seems to almost be like a slight dampness on the stairs as you're climbing down.
Yeah, it's a little wet here.
It's not cold dampness though. It's almost like muggy. It's almost like a jungly kind of feel.
Does it smell swampy and humid? Like,
yes, it does actually. It has Dimitri, you seem to recognize this as a little bit. It's almost like a jungle type of feel. The temperature, the humidity, the
I was just about to ask, is this
it feels it's
similar to any place I've ever been?
Yes, it's definitely similar to some of the places that you've traveled to with your task mistress. You've been to one of the more tropical dungeons a little bit further south.
Oh no.
Are the walls changing, like the architecture changing at all around us?
No, it's still that same carved look. It's still that rough-hewn, definitely excavated look to it. Although the veins are a lot lighter down here than they were upstairs. And that luminous fungi is still fairly present.
I have a theory.
As you keep walking down for like another 10, 15 minutes or so, and you start to get like a almost like a warm breeze.
Okay.
So we've been
becoming
walking
very
down the
concerned.
staircase for 20 minutes now.
Oh, more than that. You've been going down the stairs for well over a half an hour.
We could not possibly still be in the section of the mountain that travels, that appears in Ravensfjord. We've got to, at this, as much far down as we've walked now, we're lower than it
That
normally
is
goes.
Accurate. Perhaps it is wise to retrace our footsteps a little bit and search for magic that would indicate any form of portal or travel, anything that would mean a dislocation.
That's the thing. We don't know how deep this goes. Based
We know
on your
how
map.
tall the mountain is. That's the thing.
Yeah, but we're in the Wrathlands. There's wild magics, just stuff everywhere. To assume that we have left the part that travels while is reasonable is probably not completely true.
Well,
We
what
know
can
full well
checking
that
for
we don't
magic
know.
hurt? What can checking for magic hurt then?
We can certainly check for magic. We can also see how far down this goes. We've still got, a minimum of 15 days before the dungeon would shift?
Approximately.
I'm just saying before we run back upstairs,
Oh, I want to see what this comes out on.
I
Because
meant
there's
retracing it by like 10 minutes, 10, 20 minutes, and then going back down. I was just suggesting to look like where that shift in temperature and that really clear shift in smell occurred to see if we indeed did also have a shift in location that would be magically explained, or if we're just walking down a non-magical
As
staircase.
far as your internal systems go, your placement, your sense of your GPS, so to speak, you haven't changed any location. As far as you are aware, you are still in the Ravensfjord Mountain.
Okay,
I
never
can
mind then.
say with certainty that the last group that said they went this far, the veteran group, said nothing about it taking this long to get down to the third level. They made no indication that it was any different of a transit than the kind of thing we experienced going from the first to second.
If
Well,
I
and
still
it
feel
may-
that, I wouldn't have
safely
started this
say-
conversation at all.
I think we can safely say that we're probably not going to end up on level 3 of this dungeon.
Agreed.
So the question is, are we going to keep walking forward and see where this leads us?
At that moment, you feel a very familiar rumble.
Or running forward to see where this leads us?
Forward or back? If that's the dungeon moving, we need to be in it. If we're not in the Ravensfjord Dungeon and it moves without us,
Cast augury.
What?
Danos. Cast augury on the direction.
What is Audrey? Oh, you want me to? Oh, you want me to ask? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. All right.
yes.
I'll
Please.
throw the feather in front of me, and it starts floating and glowing, and I will cast augury. Augury, however you say that word. I
don't
thought it
know,
was
I don't know.
augury, but now I'm
Augury,
questioning
augury.
myself.
I don't know, my brain just shotgunned it at me, so I was just like, do it.
Augury.
Augury.
All right, and refresh my memory again. What does that do?
I can ask. Oh God. Hold on, let me pull it up.
Wheel or woe questions.
You receive an omen from an otherworldly entity about the results of a specific course of action that you plan to take within the next 30 minutes. The DM chooses from the following possible omens: wheel, good results; woe, bad results; wheel and woe, both good and bad; or nothing, for results that aren't especially good or bad. And I can only cast it once. It gets less and less reliable the more that I do it per day.
And And what are you specifically looking to find out about?
If we go back, oh, because this isn't yes or no, it's good or bad.
Yeah.
Are there?
Your choice.
Oh, I gotta think about this. Oh God, I wish I had prepared
You
this.
see the feather start going
Is the course
like a
of
metronome,
action
like a countdown.
Is the course of action you suggest going up or going down or something else?
Yeah. If we go up these stairs, will we reach where we seek to go, which is home? I'm going with it. Yep. I'm going with it.
You did it.
Yep.
You see you alone, Danos.
Yeah.
You see the feather sprout 2 arms. And it goes like this. And then it floats to the ground.
Man, that is the most unsettling thing you've ever done. And I'll pick up the feather and put it back in my hat. Yeah, let's go this way. And I'll take off back up the stairs.
Up it is.
As you start heading up the stairs, you do... Give me a perception check, everybody.
4.
Stress. 13.
No.
You hear, off in the distance, a loud roar coming from further along downwards.
Okay, I rolled an 18 for my perception. Can I tell what kind of animal or person or thing it's coming from?
You do not know what this is. I can safely say that.
Just to make sure we make it back up as expeditiously as possible, I will go ahead and cast Pass Without Trace on everyone. So we now all have a +10 to stealth.
Mm-hmm. I have a logistical question for before it ever comes up so that I have it cleared just in case it ever comes up. If I cast Shatter on the ceiling here, could I collapse a hallway or partially? Hypothetically.
Hypothetically, yes.
All right.
It might have a chance. It might have a chance of working. Depends on how much damage you actually do.
Are you doing this
Double
before?
the structures. No, I'm not doing it at all. I just want to.
Okay.
Like my synapses are firing. My AI system is calculating possibilities, and that was one of them. And I just don't want to have to clear it like as we're rolling initiative or something to then still have to shout out a question.
So as silently and as quickly as we can. Then I guess we stealth.
Let's go.
I will cast, or not cast, but I will give Demetra. Do you have disadvantage on stealth? Are you good at stealth? Is there a big old red D next to stealth?
Cool. No, I'm good.
Okay, then I will give myself Blessing of the Trickster. But now I just have a straight roll for stealth.
Alrighty. Okay, so you go back up the stairs. You notice after about like 15 minutes or so, you notice that the air is a little less stifling somehow. You don't feel the temperature as much as you did lower. What's up? Did you have a question, Trev?
I did. When we feel that change, I would say now might be the time to see if there's a difference here. You mentioned a difference in the magical field of this area, for instance. I feel like we might have just passed that boundary.
I'll blink and blue and detect magic. Which also means that Pass Without Trace drops.
You don't see anything glowing except your friends.
Nope, only thing glowing is you. Let's go.
That might have been a compliment under different circumstances.
From the front of the group. It wasn't!
Okay. So
That's why I said under different circumstances.
So you continue up and you get back up to the to that same corridor. And for expediency's sake, we're going to do a little bit of a time shift again for you. Because you're still here for like another anywhere between 15 to 20 days, as far as you know. Every day that goes by, you go and check out some of these other rooms that had been previously looked in on. And occasionally you have come across undead. Nothing terribly powerful. More like skeletons and zombies. One day, another pair of Girolon zombies came in. But they seem, it's almost as if they're trying to get someplace. You kind of get that feeling. It's almost like where you're encountering them, because you're able to go through enough of this floor to know where everything connects. And they seem to be heading towards different staircases. Yes.
On the third or fourth day of this, I would suggest that some of the stealthier of us, instead of confronting them, go and trail them for a while to see what they do.
Well, as I said, that's when you find out that you see some of them like going into like all these stairways, and they seem to be going down.
As far down as the other one?
You don't do you follow would you follow them down stairways?
If my companions agree,
I would.
then yes.
I was gonna say Diazira still wants to know what was down that staircase that we were going down. So like if given the opportunity, unless something was blocking her, she would try to explore that staircase still.
Well, but every other day almost you hear that rumbling, that familiar coming sign of a shift.
Is it consistently like once we get to a certain point down this staircase?
No, not really.
Okay,
it
so
just
it's just
seems
like
to
random.
be. It seems to almost be around the same time. Sometime midday.
Yeah, all right.
Is
Has it
that
been around-
normally when it rumbles? When it's transported to Ravensfjord, does the rumble normally happen about midday there?
Towards the end of the stay, yes.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
Guys here, would you like to follow them more closely?
Sure.
Yeah, all right. I'll give Dizira a Blessing of the Trickster.
All
You
right.
have advantage on stealth.
From following them and from using the previous maps, you know that there's at least one or two more stairways on this level, other than the one that you took all the way down. There is also one or two that weren't on your map, Salthus. Whether or not they opened up the last time, or you just didn't manage to find them the last time. You did interrupt a couple of undead in their journeys. You didn't come across any orcs or goblins this time in any of these rooms, though. Yes.
Do the goblin corpses stay where they were, or do they get cleaned up over time? Over a couple days, as it prepares to go back?
Well, the last time that you were in a room, there was something else in there. It was eating what was left of the goblins. That was the manticores. So I will say that you also interrupted other various critters munching down on remains.
We're with the cleaning crew. We're in here with the cleaning crew. We stayed on the plane.
All right. The other stairways that we find, if we go down them for 5 minutes, no more than that, 5 minutes, do we ever find what we think is the normal third level?
Yes, you do.
Okay.
There's a portcullis at the end of a 30-foot long corridor that's actually about 20 feet wide. So it's a good wide distance into this corridor. The portcullis is open.
The third level, we know always transits. We could investigate that one.
Also, Salthus, give me a history check, please, with advantage.
Okay. History with advantage. Wow, that's terrible. 13.
That's good enough. You remember that the veteran team mentioning a portcullis.
This is the stairwell they took. I must have misunderstood where they were.
Or it shifted.
Or it shifted. That's also possible. We could investigate the third floor.
I'm wondering where that other staircase went to.
Oh, I am as well. It is going to continue to bother me.
Let's see what's on the third floor here.
I'll look at Dizer.
How much time do we have?
Yeah.
It's about you have about anywhere between 7 and 8 days left at this point.
It's not a lot of time.
No, but it's odd to think that the rumbling starts happening so much sooner on this side. The rumbles only start about 3 days before it transits away from Ravensfjord.
It could be a signal for the cleaning crews to get going, as it were.
I mean,
to start leaving.
Organized such a thing.
I mean, if we've learned anything so far, it's that there's completely different rules on this side.
It's very true.
So, the manticores, we heard them speak, right?
Not so much speak as growl talk. It's like if you're far enough away and you hear like say for example a bunch of geese honking and everything. If you're far enough away and if the sound is muffled enough, it might sound like a crowd talking. And it's all jibber jabber that you're not quite picking up on, but it sounds like people talking.
Do we ever encounter other creatures capable of speech?
Not really. You've encountered mostly beasts. other manticores, a few, quite a few ROUSs. And of course, and a lot of undead.
No one to question.
Is there anybody that I could question by saying or casting speak with animals?
Well, they're not really animals. They're monsters. They're monstrosities or beasts. Not even beasts, really. They're more like aberrations and monstrosities or undead, which wouldn't fall into the speak with animals.
Damn. Could I have cast see invisibility once or twice in between? Just to check out some extra. I haven't cast it before, that's why I'm mentioning it separately. I'll also look at Diazira because she was most interested in going down that staircase to see what she thinks about exploring the 3rd level.
Sorry, I didn't hear you. My audio broke up.
Because you were most interested in exploring the staircase. I'll look at your reaction or response to us suggesting, or them suggesting exploring the 3rd level instead.
She is clearly more interested in the place that hasn't completely been explored, right? Like, people have been to the 3rd level, kind of. The lure of the staircase is definitely, more interesting to her. But if the party says, yep, we're going to go to the 3rd floor, she'd be like, whatever.
We could go a maximum of 1 day down the staircase, then return and spend the rest of the days exploring the 3rd level.
I'm all right with that.
Yeah, I would like to pursue that.
I mean, honestly, Dragon, given the opportunity, if Diazira could get down that staircase by herself while people were doing other things during the time that we were waiting, she would do it. Like, that's how interesting that staircase is to her.
Okay.
If you ever let Danos know you were doing that, he would give you Blessing of the Trickster before you left. Just saying.
If you want to do that during one of your watches,
I mean,
entirely up to you.
Yeah, she would make sure that, like, she locked the door behind her and left
God.
Tell me
I
you
would
leave a
notice you
note.
leave.
Or
I
you
would
tell
notice you leave if you
Agamemnon
do
or
that.
something. Yeah.
Now, if she rolls high enough on stealth.
I mean, she's not necessarily hiding it. She's just, it's not uncommon for her to get up and walk around. Like, she's not a,
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, I mean, if you spend long enough away, we're going to immediately start trying to find you is the thing.
People got to go potty,
We're all interested in going down that staircase. And we have been discussing doing it.
You do what you do.
Do you go on one of your watches?
So honestly, it would have been before. So like, it would have been. So just to be clear on the time frame, it would have been before everybody was like, oh, well, maybe we should check out the staircase and then do the 3rd floor. Like, her pull to go explore it would have been like 2 or 3 days after we got back from, like, once you guys like pulled her up after the first rumble, after we'd had a few rumbles and like nothing had happened, she would have gone.
Yeah, how I understood it, we would have been discussing it every day as a possibility.
Okay, so if that's what you want, you make your way down those stairs. You go and you find where it starts getting that humid mugginess again, that tropical feel, so to speak. and it opens up into what looks like a large cavern that has moss and vines hanging. There are trees, strange looking trees within. Trees generally found more to the south.
Well, you said cavern. I thought you said tavern.
Yeah.
I was like, I am sorry?
Yes, there's a whole bar down here, and Danos is missing it.
And it's run by a Goliath and his gnome wife.
It's a speakeasy.
What took you so long to get here?
Actually, it's your mom and dad. They have opened a branch office of the inn.
Oh my god.
All right, so you have this cavern, and you see like strange looking birds flying by. Give me a perception check.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. You see what looks like a manticore going over to this small pool and drinking. And then you see something dart out of the water, wrap around its neck, and yank it under the water. With that dirty 20, I will tell you that it looked like a tongue, not a tentacle.
Bet
Leaky water monsters.
Bet you're feeling thirsty now, aren't you?
I just go check it out. So no. So there's birds. Like, obviously it's a giant cavern, so is there like any trace of like the weird atmosphere that we had seen in the Wrathlands, or is it just like this weird humid tropical oasis down at the bottom of the stairs?
It's pretty much that. It's the luminescent fungi is also very present here. It seems almost a little bit brighter in places, and there almost seems to be different plants along the same that have the same properties as well. It's ambient light, and then you do notice that there's like crystals hanging down. Like,
are they glowing?
They're not necessarily glowing, but they're bearing light. They're like carrying an ambient light almost, kind of reflecting.
Okay. So she basically just kind of watches the scene for a bit. She's not going to go like, because she's there by herself, she's not going to go like interact with any of the wildlife or mess with any of the plants.
Do it.
Look, something just, licked a manticore into the water. Yeah, no. My
fair.
curiosity, look, I only have one life as opposed to the cats, so she's just kind of like, so that's what's down here. Does it feel any different than the dungeon other than like being humid? Like,
no.
Does it feel magically disconnected in any sort of way? Like,
not that you would notice, no.
Okay. Sweet. So she's gonna head back up the stairs and go back to where everybody is and unlock the door. And
Danos is snoring inside the bag.
Actually, you don't hear him.
Oh. You
So
see the
how
bag
long-
vibrating.
yeah, so how long was my trip?
It took about 2 hours
That's not bad.
going down and back up again, and also walking a little bit into the cavern.
Whose watch were we on by that time?
Probably still mine.
2 hours?
Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, no. It would be, let me see. I believe
Our watches are shorter than 2 hours?
We were overlapping when we were out in the world. There were only about an hour and a half since there were 6 of us.
Well, I can't remember who came after me.
And in any event, Agamemnon is awake and so is Strix.
Yeah, this is true too.
It's long enough for either of them to notice that you've been gone for a while.
Weeks is after you. And then Selphus.
Click. Miss Dizir has returned. Click.
There's no time to get up yet. Or I'm sorry. Never mind. You don't hear anything. Never mind.
If I like get up, am I up for my watch by then? Like, do I hear Agamemnon say she's returned?
Yes.
Are you in the bag with me?
I heard that.
Yes, you would have heard that. If you got up for your watch, Squeaks, you would have heard him say that, because you would have gone up and saw that she wasn't there. And then about 10, 15 minutes later, you hear Agamemnon say that. Because Agamemnon doesn't go in the bag.
Where'd you
Yeah,
go?
I would have woken Squeaks up for his watch since Dizero wasn't there to do it.
So like when Dizir gets back, Squeaks is just like, "Where'd you go?"
Down the stairs.
Down.
You hear from this sleeping bag. How was it?
Well, it's like a weird tropical oasis in a giant cavern with a giant, what I can only assume is a giant lake monster, because a giant tongue came out of the water and ate a manticore. So, but there's birds and life and like glowy stuff down there. Not a good swimming hole, though, I don't think.
Doesn't sound like it.
But question, DM, just logistical question.
Okay.
If no one hears sound coming out of the bag, do I hear sound coming into the bag?
Or is
I
the
just
bag
assumed-
I am
so
okay.
comfortable that you don't
This is a
snore?
Schrodinger question.
I just
really.
assumed that you would be sleeping with your head out of the bag, using it
Oh,
like
no.
a sleeping bag.
Oh no,
I
I
had
am.
assumed the exact opposite.
It is a tent. I am completely inside of the bag. I am okay with either
feet out.
answer. I just want to know how to roleplay this.
You do not hear inside the bag,
Perfect.
because it does set up a little bit of like a stasis kind of.
Oh,
You get the best night's sleep every night sleeping in that bag.
This is going to become the
Serta would
cover on
kill-
his bed.
Serta would kill for this technology.
It's gonna be horrible if we get ambushed at night and everybody gets killed.
Somebody's just going to have to pull on your feet. Yank you bodily out of that thing. It's probably going to have to be Squeaks. Possibly Demetra.
Maybe both of us.
All
Yeah.
right, so she gets back and she tells you all this, and the rest of the night goes by. Nothing else really happens. Although just as you're getting up, you hear and feel that rumble again. There's about 4 days left.
4 days. I thought she was doing this on like
Oh,
10
okay.
days left.
All right. I'm sorry. I'm going back again. You wouldn't? Would you have gone down another time after that?
No.
See, that's the one drawback to doing retro kind of.
No, I mean, like, she would have given the details really lightly. She would have wanted to go back down, but she's not going to go back down by herself, right? And so that's what I think led to the group having the discussions about possibly exploring it some more or debating between the third floor,
Okay.
so that all the rest of the decisions are still intact.
Okay. All right. That's fair. All right. So, with the fourth, when there's like 4 days left, as far as you know, you almost at the crack of dawn, you feel that rumble.
Crack of dawn, not midday this time.
No.
7 or 8
accelerating.
days before it disappears?
It's by calculations, you have 4 days until the appearance on Firth.
It's accelerated a bit.
Okay. I'm confused because we were having this discussion whether or not to go downstairs when
That
we
was
had
a-
7 or 8 days left.
Yeah.
And we decided to go. Right?
Dizira went down in a flashback.
Yeah.
Right.
And
So
then-
instead of doing anything we were doing at 7 or 8 days, Dragon jumped forward to 4 days before. That's the confusion.
I'm sorry.
We got to about that long left and then
Yeah.
flashed back.
Yeah, but then why did we jump forward to after that point? Because we would have still had that conversation.
We did have that conversation, but then we didn't go down to the. We
So the
didn't.
question, is at 8
okay.
days left, are we going down to the 3rd floor or not?
I would say yes.
And you had said that you were going to check, that the group had voted to go check out the 3rd floor.
Yeah.
And so that's why I was saying that you found that a lot of it was over the course of time.
Oh,
You
okay.
found all the stairs, the different doors, the fact that there were stairs that were not there before, or at least that weren't mapped out before, as well as the undead and you had followed them down. That's where you found the long wide corridor to the portcullis, which Southus figures is the beginning of the area that the veterans spoke of that were a sea of undead.
That was what we were talking about, exploring the 2nd floor and going to the 3rd floor.
By this point, we've explored the 2nd floor.
Right.
Right. And at 8
And
days till, we were talking about going to the 3rd floor.
Or the
The
staircase.
door with the portcullis that you had
Right.
said, oh, this is the stairwell that they went down for the 3rd floor.
Right.
That's what we were
Because
talking
you had
about
been
doing
following,
at the 8th day.
because you had been following some of the undead. That was what I was told, was you were following some of the undead in some instances, and they were going down these stairs, and one of them led to this portcullis corridor, which Southus remembered seemed to be the opening to that area where there was the vast amount of undead that even the veterans were like wary of.
Because I thought on the 7th or 8th day, we had all decided we go 1 day down the long staircase, 1 day back up, and then we do this.
Okay, but the thing is, the difference now is that Dizira went down by herself.
Right, but
found
there's
everything.
nothing.
Would that have changed your mind?
No. It doesn't sound like it.
No.
They didn't see it.
Also, until we
But
have
that's
this
okay. If the
conversation
rest,
again.
if the rest doesn't want to do it anymore, then that's fine too. It just
All right. So
doesn't
do you want to
change
go
my
back
mind.
down to do you want to go in and look at the cavern then?
Salthus would. At least once.
Also, unless we talk about Dizira's experience again, Danos has no idea what has happened.
Yeah, so at 8 days, we've decided we're going to go spend a day down in the cavern.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So you get down there, and you see everybody sees what Dizira described. You see the luminescent fungi, as well as other plant life that seems to be giving off this same bioluminescence that is apparently reflecting off of the crystals on the ceiling and some of the walls that give this an ambient daylight.
Does it look like any plant life we have ever seen before?
It's very similar to trees and bushes that grow more in the south.
Okay.
And the crystals, are they familiar or are they strange?
They're just basic naturally formed crystals that seem to be just ambiently reflecting the light.
As we enter, is there any stirring from the water?
Well, the pool is a good 75, 80 feet away.
Oh, good, water. I need to fill my water skin. And Thanos will start walking towards the water.
Don't do that.
What?
There's a giant creature. There's a creature with a giant tongue in there. Didn't you hear?
I'm sorry, what?
It ate a manticore, Danos. It licked a manticore into the water. Don't do it.
Insight check.
He did tell
I
us
think
that over
she's-
dinner recently, but you were really hungry that day. so
I think
maybe-
she's messing with me. I think she's yanking my chain.
I am
Roland?
being completely
No, that would be the thing in the
truthful.
pool.
roll an insight check. Go ahead.
Ooh,
11.
As far as you know, she's dead. She's dead serious.
Wait, but
She's looking right in your eye and telling you this. You can see she's dead serious about this thing.
She like goes, the manticore was there. The tongue came out of the water, like wrapped all around it, and just poof, like it disappeared.
But how-
Almost not really much of a splash. No.
but
If
how-
you need water, and she grabs her water skin and just hands it to him.
yeah, and he takes a drink of water and hands it back to her. But how do you know this?
'Cause I watched it happen.
You've been here before?
Where were you? Oh, sleeping.
You went down here without me?
You were sleeping.
I have never been so proud and so hurt at the same time. I don't know whether to shake your hand or storm off right now. I'm quite conflicted.
You want to shake my hand and pat me on the head is what you want to do, Danos, I know.
I angrily shake her hand.
How? Not like that. I'm small and delicate.
Best you get. You didn't bring me with you.
Delicates.
Anyways, that's all I wanted. Continue.
Well, you do see some, well, strange looking birds. Nothing very like eerie or unnatural about them. They look a little scaly with long orangey feathers and long necks.
We talking about the birds?
Yeah.
Do they look like anything we've seen before, or
Anybody that's that's been on a run down to towards the south and everything, they're birds that are down there. Dimitri, you've seen these before. In fact, you've actually eaten one or two of them.
Nice.
Yum.
Yeah,
My stomach starts growling.
They're good. They taste like duck.
I thought you were gonna say they taste like chicken.
They taste like duck.
It has been a long time since we've had fresh food.
You do notice that they also have 4 wings.
Is that unusual?
No, but you know that these are definitely the ones that you ate before.
Do they look like the okay, this was a while ago, so my memory's a little fuzzy. Do they look like that weird scaly thing that we noticed just flying overhead while we were in the Wrathlands?
No, not at all.
Oh, okay.
These are way smaller, right?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
These are about the size. These are about the size of a goose, of a Canadian honker.
I mean, we could catch a couple for fresh food.
Yeah, I had. Do you think I would be able to? How far above us are they flying?
Oh, this cavern is tall. This cavern is like anywhere from 100 feet upwards tall.
Diazira's such a good shot. She can do
100
it.
feet, you said?
About 100 feet, 150 feet.
Magic missile. 120 foot range.
Okay.
Yes.
I'll blast 3 of them out of the sky.
Won't that like burn them up too, though?
It's force damage.
Oh, okay.
It's
It
just
hurts them in their soul.
yeah.
Okay, if
And
they come down already cooked, I'd be fine with that.
and boom, you have three fresh bird things.
Oh my gosh, thank you. Can I have one?
Of course. I assumed we would share and share alike.
So glad
Start
that worked.
dividing them
'Cause I was definitely about to burn a guiding bolt on one of these things. I'm really glad that worked.
Oh god.
Can't possibly miss.
Okay. All right, so you're down there, and it's getting to be about midday,
We might want to head back up
and you feel and hear the rumble.
quickly.
Go back up. Nope. I'm not taking that risk.
Give me a perception check, everybody.
Yeah.
Dirty 20.
Ooh, 19. No, also dirty 20.
You hear gurgling from the direction of the pool,
Now would be good.
and you hear a muffled the same kind of roar that you heard the last time that you were down here.
Yeah, we're leaving.
Up for it.
Let's go.
Well, turn around. Do we see anything?
You see bubbling in the water.
Great. Yeah, let's let us start making our way back. Expeditiously.
Thanos makes a mental note.
With those dirty 20s and your observation as you're running away, you see what looks like 3 eye stalks sticking up out of the water.
Hold it.
Yeah, you did call it. I just wanted to know if you were right.
But it doesn't seem to notice any of you.
Good.
What did you roll?
I rolled a 2.
Oh.
So
It's
we
got 3
de-asked the
friggin'
area.
eyes and it didn't notice anybody.
We are just so stealthy.
Yes, we are that good.
We have a trickster god and an amazing rogue on our side.
So you're heading back up the stairs.
Yep.
Reluctantly. But yes.
Trav sent a picture in the group chat like 30 minutes ago about what he thought it was. And he was right, probably.
Okay. We'll talk about that later.
How dare you?
So we'll go, so you guys go running back up the stairs.
Yes. Our curiosity is sated enough, I think.
And you have some fresh meat.
Yeah.
So you get back upstairs, and now another few days go by. There have been long rests since then in between. So any spell slots, any expenditures of abilities, they're all back to snuff again. And we're going now down to the 4th, to about what you figured to be 4 days remaining. And that's when you feel the rumble at dawn. And you start setting out back down to check out some of the other, trying to find some of these other doorways down to the other level. And sometime around midday, you feel another rumble.
2 in the same day. Our calculations were off.
Well, that's not normal.
That is certainly not normal.
Should we make our way in the direction of the entrance?
Let's say so, yeah. I kind of want to leave this dungeon as soon as we can.
I'm going to
Yes.
go over every calculation again. Was there any inaccuracy in the calculation of days?
As far as you can tell, you had 4 days left.
Yeah. Perhaps the space is not the only thing that dilated.
It may change on this side as well. No one's ever experienced it from the Rathlands going back.
And live to tell the tale.
Fair enough. Yes, we may want to occupy a space on the first floor in this case.
Although, I'm just going to say it before we leave. I really want to know what's inside that gem that Demetra has. I know everybody's thinking it. It's eating me up inside.
Let's get to the first floor and test it, in that case, if you are agreeable.
Or perhaps go home and get a pearl to identify it, unless you really want to try it.
I will admit I'd rather see it, personally, but...
Same.
All right, so you're making your way back up to the first level?
Making our way.
Okay. You get up to the first level, to the stairway that led you down to the second level. And you start making your way back towards the entrance. And you hear something. You hear voices.
Speaking what language?
Sophus!
In front of us or behind us?
Off in the distance. Towards the entrance.
Okay.
Sophus, are you there, my friend? Are any of you there?
That's Resnarf. I suggest we not answer because it could be something mimicking, but let's proceed.
I'm gonna
Someone we know.
I'm gonna cast Disguise Self
Yeah.
on myself. I'm gonna make myself look like... What's the most humanoid thing we've seen so far? The most humanoid, like, monster thing that we've seen.
Skeleton, maybe?
Skeletons.
Well,
Although you did have the ogre zombies, you had the frost giant skeleton.
All right,
but
I'm gonna...
before you do that, has Agamemnon sent his message for the day yet? Because we could use that.
I mean, he'll still be sitting on my shoulder. He's
been trying to send it. He's been trying to send a message every day and hasn't been able to get through.
Okay, has he done it today yet?
He was actually. It's coming up to the time that he normally does.
Give it a try.
Perhaps to Resnar, if he is here.
I can only send to Vogru. Click.
All right.
I assume we're walking and talking as we do this.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, I'm making myself look like a tall, lanky skeleton.
You are going to get shot on sight.
Dragon, I have a passive perception of 21. Did I, with that last rumble, did it feel like the same sort of rumble as when we passed to the Wrathlands? Like, can I feel a difference between...
With a passive perception of 21, it felt almost identical.
Okay. So, as when she left and when we came back? Like when we went to the Wrathlands in the other dungeon?
Yes.
Yeah. So, Diazira kind of looks at everybody and she goes, I think we're home.
We already transited? I mean, it would make sense hearing his voice, but...
And you hear again, Sophus, are you there?
What does my GPS that I apparently have say?
Can I...
And, Vogrun has responded. We are outside.
And Salthus, hearing that, will say, well, shout, yes, Resnarf, we're here. We're on our way.
And you hear, they're inside! They're inside!
Complete and unharmed.
I am running to the entrance full tilt, hopping as much as I can.
As we get closer, before we get around the door, I'm actually going to say, Don't shoot the skeleton. It's Danos. I am not watching you
hear
get
a voice say-
shot getting this far.
You hear a voice say, "I am not surprised."
Out of spite, I will maintain the disguised self.
And you recognize the voice as Vogrun.
Yeah. But I will stop actually acting like a skeleton. I'm just gonna walk.
It just occurred to me that Squeaks does not have a map, so he would probably get just out of sight, get hopelessly lost, make his way back, and just sort of hop anxiously around the group.
Yeah.
The whole walk.
I'll just
gave you a
Squeaks.
map.
It's a straight and then 2 lefts.
You see in the entrance corridor, you see Vogrun, you see Resnarv, and
As we're approaching, I'll just lean over to Southus and I'll say, "You are the killer of joy."
I am not watching you get this close after 5 months, only to watch you get blasted out of the hallway here.
you also see Gelfin.
Yeah.
And Dizera, you see your mother.
Yeah. People will notice Diazira is not like in any sort of big rush to like, she's not like the last person, but like she's not moving any really faster. Like she's not dragging her feet, but she's not like in any sort of hurry either.
She's not Squeaks.
You hear from down the from outside. Is my wee lad there?
Corbin! I'm running straight out to Corbin.
I'll
getting
hold up
that
the rear. I have no loved ones.
I was gonna say Diazira is walking like, oh, it's just another
And
day
your mother
in another
runs
dungeon.
and grabs and hugs you.
Eh.
Resisted grapple check?
It's good to see you too.
You do see once you're at the entrance, you do see that it's definitely not as high up as you were before.
Oh, so we're outside now.
Yes.
Okay. I'll kind of.
Well, that you can see out the door, out the archway.
Oh, okay.
And there's the stairs going down, but they're not as tall coming up as it was in the Wrathlands.
Right. As we're walking, before we get to the entrance, I will just have a brief conversation with Agamemnon. I don't take the you're a mechanical owl. I've grown to like you, but as soon as we get within earshot of Vogrun, it's business as usual, got it?
Of course. Click.
Yeah, all right. And I'll continue.
All right. So you do see as you come down the stairs, and there is the typical station that you would find at any of the dungeons, the travel point, just like the one that was set up outside the mystery dungeon. And that is where you see Taskmistress Vendrana. And that is also where you see Taskmistress Fadmira. And they are both very happy to see you all. Fadmira comes over and embraces you. I am so relieved that you are fine, sister. It's been
Me too.
madness here.
Thank you. Me too. That stone that you gave me, I didn't need to use it, but I'm glad I had it with me.
Well, you will keep it. That is yours to use. Do not worry.
Thank you.
If Admir comes over, have you learned anything new? I mean, not Fadmir, I'm sorry. Vendrana comes over. So, have you learned anything new, Lori?
Many things. All closely documented.
Good. We will talk about it later.
Affirmative.
And basically everybody is just, there is such an air of relief. Resnar comes over to you, Southus. Oh, my friend, I was terribly worried when you sent that message to me about going to Ravensfjord. I was somewhat relieved. I tried to send a message going through the past, but I could not.
No, you did, actually. Your theory on sending a message encapsulated in a chronometric sphere worked perfectly. Somewhat garbled, but it worked. Or rather, it will work, I suspect.
What are you talking about?
You haven't done it yet. The message that I sent you was prompted by a message you sent me through a chronometric sphere, the theory we discussed, encapsulating a message spell, sending, possibly, I suspect, that you somehow managed to pipe through Agamemnon over there.
I tried sending a scroll through to Agamemnon
That,
by going back to the past, but that did not work. The scroll burst into flames.
oh, you do manage it. You may not have managed it yet from your perspective, but from mine, you managed it 6 months ago. Because you've done it twice. A scroll of communion came through, bound for Danos, and an encapsulated spell came through, protecting it from the ravages of the transit, that included a sending sphere to me.
I'll just
It may
silently
take
hand
you-
him. I'll just silently hand him the complete transcript of what happened that day, in passing.
It's going to take you some research, I see, but you're going to achieve this because you already have done. You're the chronomancer, for God's sakes. You know how this nonsense works. This is why I study biology, for God's sakes. This is your field. I am merely an interested amateur in it.
I am quite at a loss for this, but the point is you are all back safe. That is the important thing.
Oh, it's not the only thing. We found out quite a bit. There's
Really?
much to share, especially considering we've just come back from 6 months in the Wrathlands.
Oh, quite. 6 months. 6 months to the 6 months to the day of the last appearance of this. The dungeon appeared right on schedule.
There's some time difference on our end. It seemed to appear early, but we can go over that in the debriefing I'm sure we're going to all want to have.
Oh, I
As
think
mentioned,
it's almost a
Strix-
certainty.
Oh yes, Strix has been keeping a very careful journal of the entire experience. It should help narrow down the field of inquiry.
Excellent. Well, I'm sure that that the chairman would definitely want to see all of you.
Undoubtedly.
And the important thing is that you are safe, my friend. And so then we'll go and Agamemnon looks at you, Danos.
What are you looking at?
You see his eyes glow bright blue. You done good, boyo.
Oh. Thank you, man. Couldn't have done it without you.
No, you couldn't.
Cheeky as always.
Oh, Cheeky has nothing to do with it, boyo. Who do you think sent the scroll through?
Oh. Well,
you know me. I don't follow the rules. I bend them ever so slightly.
you do work in mysterious ways. Well, I appreciate it nonetheless.
Well, let's just say I owed a favor to somebody. And I paid it back by helping all of you. But don't think things are going to get easier for you, boyo. Because rising in somebody's favor can sometimes come with a price.
I'll remember that.
Good. And Agamemnon looks with Min's voice, and you see his wing go up, and you feel your hat get a little bit bigger and slide down a little bit further on your head.
Does it fit on my head?
No. It is still not proportionate, but it fits a little bit better.
Okay, I'll
It
take
still
it.
looks like you're wearing a child's cowboy hat.
Yeah, okay, that's fair. Yeah, well, you look good with this. I'll just kind of brush the feather.
All right, so Squeaks, lad. Oh, thank Moradin you're safe.
I'm okay. Somehow.
I didn't have any doubts. At least up until about 10 days ago. I just the last time that old Reznar got a message from you, we had some hope, but even still. But if I knew if anybody could do it, you could. You're tough enough and small enough to keep out of the way.
Well, I mean, in fairness, I definitely could not have done that alone.
Aye.
Thankfully, there were smarter people than me here.
Aye. It would seem it's a good crop of friends that you got now.
Yeah. Hey, Corbin, I made friends.
That you did, lad. That you did.
At about that moment, Salthus walks over and says, pardon me, Squeaks. He hands Squeaks a bag of the manticore teeth, one of the two that he got. I understand that you can make a rather impressive necklace of these. Quite fearsome looking, as I recall.
And you're just giving them to me?
Of course. Enjoy. And then he walks off.
What's in there, laddie?
Manticore teeth.
Manticore teeth?
Yeah, there were a couple manticore in the dungeon. Oops. Emphasis on were.
Oh. Well, I'm sure you did a nice job on them.
Well.
Still, manticore teeth. That'll make a nice display, especially in your pit fighting days.
Yeah, imagine walking into a pit and there's a 2-foot bunny with a manticore necklace.
I think I might have to actually go to a match or two just to see what happens.
See how many of them surrender before we start.
All right, Daizira. Your mother recomposes herself. You really should come home more.
Perhaps. Daizira finds a table and starts pulling stuff out of her bag of holding. the claws and stuff and just kind of like starts.
It's not easy for me, but I'm sorry.
You went your way. I went mine.
That's not what I'm talking about. These last 6 months have been terrible for me and your father. I knew you could take care of yourself on other delves. I had no worry. But I can say for the first time since I came to this world that I was scared to death.
She kind of like looks sideways at her mother. This world? You mean continent?
No. I mean world. There are pockets on this world that take people from one place or another.
And she kind of she's like, we should probably talk about this. She kind of looks around.
The Delvers know about it. I never told you because I didn't think it was important enough, but I know that you inherited the mark. I come from a world called Eberron. I found myself falling through a portal, and I woke up in a dungeon here. I woke up in our dungeon. Who do you think has helped the gnomes with some of the devices they've been making? Things come through the portals too, not just people. When I first came here and I met a servitor, I thought, oh, it's maybe a warforged came through a portal. Where I come from, warforges were created for a great war. And when I came here and saw that there was no evidence of such a long-standing war with disease and destruction everywhere, I thanked the fates that brought me here. But then I found that it wasn't a warforged at all, at least not like I knew. But be that as it may, I am so happy that you are home safe and sound. Even if you're not at home, at least I know that you're relatively safe going into these other dungeons. It's not too many halflings that can say they braved the Wrathlands, is it?
She just kind of shakes her head. And you, if anybody's actually watching, you can see that she's got things that she like wants to say, but can't quite, like, she's got that moment right before words come out, and then she goes back to unpacking her bag.
And she just stands there and watches.
After a moment, Diazira goes, I do prefer Firth over the Rathlands. And then back to business as usual.
All right. Now, Vogrun comes along and says, well, it has been a most hectic time for everyone. I suggest everybody, we return to the head office and get some rest. And then we go and see the chairman first thing in the morning.
Right. So this is just... is this just a conversation between me and Vogrun, or is he like talking to...
No, he's talking to you as a group.
Got it. Alright, then never mind. Thanos doesn't say anything.
So you get in one of the steedless carriages, like brought you to the desert dungeon. And you make the ride back to the Ravensfjord office. Takes about half hour or so. Go inside. You're led to a room that you had not seen previously, Salthus. And inside there's a teleportation circle. And you go through the teleportation circle one at a time, and you are all at the head office in Satherton. You bed down for the night. You have the most luxurious rooms you have ever been in.
Question. Is Agamemnon still on my shoulder?
Oh, he'll hop off when you get into the room. He'll hop onto a chair.
Oh, he's still in the... Yeah, that's fair. Never mind.
The mission has not yet ended.
Did I get a room?
Hmm?
Did I get a room?
Yes.
Does it have a bed?
Actually, it does.
Okay. To my memory, I've never laid down in a bed before, but I'm gonna do it today
Okay.
just to see what it feels like to sleep or pretend to be asleep. I don't know. I'm feeling emotions and it's confusing me, so I'm gonna lie in a bed.
You all have the best night's sleep that you've had since you can remember. Even you, Danos, in that wonderful backpack.
Which, by the way, he is totally in on top of the bed.
Somehow I had a feeling you were going to say that.
100%.
And you have the most peaceful night that you can remember having. And morning comes, and instead of that mustiness, instead of that orangey brown twilight, you look out and you see the sun rising. You see a blue sky with occasional clouds. You feel a slight breeze and you hear birds singing. And it's almost alien to you after being in the Rathlands for so long, with that bleak and dreary landscape. that endless twilight, and just a dead silence. And it seems to be going further and further away in your minds, but deep down it's still there. And in the morning, you go down into the commissary, and there is the most lavish, decked out breakfast buffet you could possibly imagine. Fresh fruits, fresh baked bread. Also, there seems to be several of your favorite foods as well. Each of you have like a favorite food, and it's there. And Dysera, at a place setting for you, which you know is yours because it's a little bit higher stool, you recognize the smell of your family's baked bread on your plate. And as you sit and you begin to eat, the taskmasters are all there. The taskmasters all stand up as the door opens. And in walks the chairman. Please, my friends, be seated. There is no need for you to stand. Not today. I'm sorry I did not see you last night. But I knew you would probably need your rest. And I would have had so many questions. There's no way of knowing how long I might have kept you up, and I did not want to do that. I want to say how proud I am of all of you, how proud we all are of you. You have done remarkable honor and service to the Delvers, and to your individual offices and your taskmasters and mistresses. From what you have already told your taskmasters and mistresses, there's so many questions and so many possibilities to explore. It's truly mind-boggling to think all this time the answer was in the Rathlans. There's still so much that needs to be discovered. Strix, I received the report that you prepared and sent.
Yes, sir.
Taskmistress Vendrana. You truly did an outstanding work recording everything. It shall prove invaluable to research.
I'm glad.
Did you discover anything about yourself?
I think so. I may be more sentient than I at first assumed.
That is quite a step as it is. There is someone that I would like you to meet after you have all refreshed yourselves. Perhaps it will start opening up more doors for you. I don't know the exact situation. But I will say this. You servitors are a wonder. And you're very, very important to us. You're very important to our survival in some ways. From what I understand, from what I've been able to gather. And I hope you will help us figure out why.
I shall endeavor to do my best.
Of that I am sure. All of you have done outstanding. I have already approached each of your taskmasters and taskmistresses with an offer. I would ask that you stay together as a Delver team and operate out of Southerton here. You would have a wide range of access to other dungeons and information. Because I feel that if anybody can solve these mysteries, it's you lot. That is entirely up to you. I know some of you have strong attachments to your present teams and offices, but you would certainly be serving a greater good. And it's not like you wouldn't be able to see any of them.
Danos will kind of try and make eye contact with Izira. Just
She just winks at him.
that's it.
Hi, Chairman. I'll point at my badge. Might we provide Selphus with one of these?
Oh, without question. Actually, you would all probably attain this rank at this point in time. You have been where no one has delved before. You've been able to see things from the other side, and it opens up such a wide range of possibilities. We can actually use the Ravensfjord Dungeon as a viable means of transportation to and from the Rathlands. And possibly explore these other dungeons. We can find out at last the purpose of these dungeons. Why they appear. Where all these undead come from that seem to plague the lands. More and more, these are filled with undead. That's what concerns me the most. There are legends as to why we are unencumbered by certain invasions and incursions. Miss Dizera, I know your mother has told you of her coming from another world. It's along those lines. We have heard of strange creatures that have appeared on these other worlds. We have, for some reason, been blessed not to have been invaded by them at any point in time. Legend has it that the great dragon gods had something to do with that. I only hope that these increased undead incursions, whatever drives things in the Wrathlands, is not a precursor to something more evil. Salthus, you have the access that you need and want to the language that you have sought out. There are many more samples of it than you have been told. There's also a word for it. Infernal. But there is plenty of time to discuss that in the future. For now, we will go over all the information that you have gathered. And you shall all be, of course, properly compensated for your extreme efforts and your time.
Who did you want me to meet?
Could you come in, please? And in walks a golden-plated, rather bulky servitor. Greetings.
Greetings.
I am Maximilian. I am happy to make your acquaintance, Strix.
The pleasure is all mine.
Now there's two of them.
And that, my friends, is where we are going to end tonight's session and this leg of the campaign.
Oh boy.
Surprise!
Surprise!
Some mysteries solved, some uncovered. So,
Oof.
it's going to take a little bit to decompress from some of these revelations, I'm sure. Over the next couple of weeks, we'll go over a couple of things for each of you. Although I will say this: if and when we are going to pick back up with Adventures of the Delvers, be it for any sort of special one time only or several time or even an ongoing thing, you folks are all going to be starting at the next level, because you went through a month going through the Wrathlands. You spent another 25 days inside the dungeons fighting stuff and doing different things and solving different things. So you more than earned that boost. So you folks are going to be at level 5.
Woo, yeah!
Well, I hope you all had fun with this game,
Very much.
because I
Yeah.
certainly did. And I would love to continue running this for y'all. And I hope I can run it again for you again. Friends and fiends, we did run a little bit past what we normally do. That was kind of to be expected on our final gaming session. We are going to have a fireside chat wrap up. I'm not quite sure when it's going to be. We have to check about some scheduling. But we are going to have one at some point very soon. We will also be taking questions. It would be a good idea for you to be in the chat for that night when it's announced, because you can ask questions from the chat as well. This has been such an amazing time for myself, because I got to unveil my world that I have been working on for the last 30 plus years. I had to up my game a lot and make a lot of new things and change a lot of old things for this. And you helped me so much bring it to life by digging in different areas and coming up with different stories in different places, different ideas. And I can't thank y'all enough for that. I appreciate it so much. And friends and fiends, I hope you appreciate these players as much as I do. And I want you to give them your very kind attention as we go around the table one last time to find out what they're up to, where you can find them, maybe what they're doing next. And we will start, as always, with our rogue, Celine.
Stunned silence. Sorry. Let's see. So I'm Celine. I'm glad that I've been able to play Diazira for you guys for the last 8-9 weeks, 2 months, over 2 months. Yeah. You can find me on Twitter at Celine. You can find me on my personal Twitch channel at Celine on Fridays and Saturdays. You can also find me tomorrow night, so Thursdays at 8 p.m. Eastern Time on the GR Crew, playing Titan's Grave. And you can find me this weekend in a charity game run by Goblin Katie, featuring RoboGoblin, D20, and somebody else whose name I can't remember off the top of my head, over on Paradise RPG for Jaspers, playing Changeling, the Dreaming. So that should be fun.
And that's Paradise DICE.
Yeah.
Okay. The links are in the chat.
Yeah, there, Paradise RPG. So that's where you'll find me this week. Yeah, thanks for sticking in with us for the extra time, and I'm gonna go ahead and turn it over to Trev.
Thank you very much, Celine. I'm so glad you came along for this ride. Thank you very much for everything. Traveler, my friend.
So the final, we're coming up on the final episodes of another show that I'm doing on the Dice Beans podcast, Shadows Over Charlotte, a Shadowrun AP that is coming to an end soon. So it's now is a great time to go back and listen to the archived episodes and catch up before the finale. For other things that I will be doing, there's something coming very soon. It will be coming on my YouTube channel. It may involve some familiar faces. We'll see. You'll have to watch. And to find out where I will be, just watch my Twitter account at TWFarland. I post everything I'm doing there. So thanks, everybody.
Trav, thanks so much for coming along.
If you want to run these characters again, there's no way I'm done playing this character, one way or the other.
I kind of had a feeling about that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, Lydia.
Hello. Sorry, mute button.
You've been goblined.
Yes, officially. You can find me at over on Twitter at Lydia_Gas. I will be participating in this weekend's on Saturday, What Streams May Come. So that is on the books for me. Other than that, just thank you again for having me. It was really fun to learn everything about streaming and also like the mechanics of D&D. I've been a fan for many years, but I've never actually played it myself. So being able to take the driver's seat was a lot of fun. And thank you to everybody at the table for teaching me all of the good things about it. So thank you.
You did great. You really did. You did a great job. I'm so happy that you were here with us.
Thank you.
You very much.
Thank you.
Oh, Bigby.
Oh, hello there. I am Bigby's Hand. I have been your trickster cleric for this season of Surprise Party.
Click.
Yep. You can find me on Twitter at Bigby's Hand. You can find me on Twitch at Bigby's_hand. You can also find me on Chaotic Tiefling this Sunday for Utharian Legends, and every other Sunday after that. You can find me bouncing around all sorts of Chaotic Tiefling productions, as well as all sorts of Rock Punch ATL productions, as I am now employed by Rock Punch ATL. Yep, that's it.
I really want to thank you for coming along on this. I'm very happy. You wanted to come along on season 1, and then you couldn't at the last minute.
Yep.
And I'm so glad you were able to hop on now.
Was a pleasure.
I was gonna say, Bigby, don't forget surprise.
Yeah, no.
Feels already.
Anyways,
that's
all for me.
Thank you very much. Okay. Bobbity bob 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 bob.
My location is a mystery, my destination an enigma. You'll see me at the fireside chat, but I might not see you.
Thank you so much for coming along, and thank you for playing a Bunbarian. So and they're good. The thing is, you got to play an Unearthed Arcana race before it became official, which it'll be coming official in the new adventure coming out in September. So, but thanks so much for coming along. You just so many of you, all of you, just excelled so much in so many different ways. But before we get to that, before we get to me completely losing it, Lori, I appreciate you so much just for the fact of how fucking late it is out there for you.
And coming in from 4:49 a.m. from Europe. I am very tired because I had to get up for work at 8 this morning.
I thought you were. Oh, you had this morning because I was going to say I thought you were off
yeah,
tomorrow.
No. I've just been awake for 20 hours. It's fine. I'm good. I'm also very emotional, so forgive me if I don't make much sense. But thank you, Dragon, for trusting us and trusting me with your world and the classes you created and your story. Because as a forever DM before this campaign, kind of, I know how scary that is. So thank you for freeing me from my forever DM hood as well. I can now slide back into it, I guess, because I DM over at Chaotic Lawful _Inc. That's the only stream I've been able to keep up with all the busyness lately, but I want to get back to streaming other things on there too. We do a Candlekeep meets Exandria campaign. It's all kinds of crazy. Last time I had a whole session prepared and then we did none of it. So,
as it does, as it happens.
Come for the spooky part of that session this Saturday. And none of the spooky part last time, just Chad. And power washing, yes, apparently. To Chaotic Lawful _Inc. And otherwise, I sometimes hang out on Twitter and sometimes I tweet good tweets at Lawmaster Lore, but it's already been linked, so Yeah, just
And you sometimes appear in what streams.
right. I do also. I will be there this Saturday on What Streams May Come, and I already said I hope I get a nice bitchy roll, and I did.
Well, we shall
So-
have to wait and see. Some of us are not in Hamlet, at least the first part.
But you will be in the second.
Well, we'll see. We'll see. Who knows? But Laura, I thank you so much. And thank you so much for helping me bring one of my races to life. And I'm going to be fine tuning it. And we'll see what happens in the future with our dear friend Strix
And Max.
and Max. We'll see. Oh, where do I start? With no voice, that's where I start. I am Ye Olde Dragon. I have had the wonderful fortune of being the dungeon master for D&D Surprise Party these 2 seasons. And this season has been just as amazing. It's even because it took place in something that I made, it made it both harder and cooler at the same time. I didn't have as much of a structure that I would have had to have followed if I was going by one of the adventure books. But by the same token, I had to be even more on my toes than ever with these folks readying stuff. And that's the thing. The best DMs are the DMs that can be improved by their players. I have said that, and I still believe that even more so now. Because you folks definitely keep a DM on his toes. And I thank you for playing in this world and helping me bring it to life, helping me find parts of it. Because up until 6 months ago, Firth didn't even exist. It wasn't even a part of the world that had been previously realized. And now it's started, and it's because of you. And I certainly hope that we can continue this at some point in some form in the future, because there's still so many more stories to tell and so much fun to still have. But we will talk more of this at the fireside chat whenever that will happen. And as soon as it is going to happen, keep your eye on at D&D Surprise Party. That's without the U. On the Twitter sphere. Also, make sure you are following me at Draconic Verses. That's one word. No underscore, no space. You can find me here on Twitch at Ye Olde Dragon. And I have a lot of free time on my hands now. Because I'm currently not running anything, and I'm not going to be running anything in the very near future either. Will there be a season 3 of Surprise Party? Well, that's a surprise into itself. There might be. If there will be, it probably won't be until the fall, though. Because there's a lot of other projects that Chaotic Tiefling has coming up that are going to thrill and amaze you, I'm sure. And so we will see about being back this fall with the 3rd season of Surprise Party. I have an idea for it. No, it's not the idea that I mentioned to the players earlier tonight. It's actually yet a different idea. But hey, that's the name of the game in Surprise Party, isn't it? But yeah, no, I'm going to have a lot more free time on my hands, so I might just finally get to hopefully work around that scheduling and see about other people's schedules and finally get some stuff going on my own channel. So we shall see. We shall keep our fingers crossed. In any event, also, exclamation point forsooth. Cheers, my friends. That will lead you to a link to my TeePublic shop where you can get official D&D surprise party merch. You can get D&D inspired merch, Shakespeare inspired merch, and pop culture inspired merch. And from now until Sunday, you can save up to 35% off. That means t-shirts start as low as $13. And these are nice shirts. They're quality material. And you can find them again at that link. Help a dragon out. And I guess that will be it, my friends. I want to thank everybody again. I want to thank all my players. I want to thank Babs. I want to thank our sponsors, D&D Beyond and Never Ending. And of course, you, dear audience. I did not. Well, we'll do this another time. We'll do this right the next time. But my friends and fiends, make sure stay safe, stay healthy. You know, if you got to go out and you're not vaccinated, go get vaccinated. Please do yourself and your loved ones and your community a favor. And if you have been vaccinated and you're not sure, wear that mask. It's not just for you, it's for everybody else. And make sure you take care of yourself and take care of each other. And we'll see you next time at the Fireside Chat. Maybe not next Wednesday, but another Wednesday. Good night, everybody, and thank you.